Number 11, Penn State at Maryland, coming up next, 3:30 Eastern Time this Saturday afternoon on Fox. These are, in fact, my live watch long reactions live over here on YouTube. So, thank you for tuning in and watching. As always, I'm your host, Encyclopedia Sports, Cohen Luke 96. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. That's Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. Hit the red subscribe button, notification bell next to it as well to stay up to date. Once again, links in the description below. Thumbs up button if you're hoping for a Penn State victory this afternoon. Share hashtag college football, hashtag Penn State, hashtag Maryland. Chat questions and comments, super chat, super stickers, super likes, super thanks. Always greatly appreciated. As well as this video is powered by Rogue Energy, HopeKThrifts, and the novel written by Nathan D. Mitchell, Dead and Hungry. And we'll get more into the three of them in a minute. But as Penn State sits at 7-1, Maryland at 5-3. Penn State got back in the win column last week after a loss against Ohio State 2 weeks ago. The Buckeyes are going to hold on, it looks like, at Rutgers this afternoon, along with a few other teams ahead of Penn State in the top 25 rankings. Technically, the Blue and White are 9th in the country in the AP top 25 poll, but they're 11th in the college football playoff rankings. That college football will now go by the rest of the season, as Texas is going to hold on at home as well against Kansas State. Ole Miss just retook the lead at home against Texas A&M. So we were watching Ohio State and Rutgers. Coming up next on CBS will be Missouri and Georgia, and then they have LSU, Alabama later on this evening. But then also from Kansas State, Texas, coming up next on Fox will be Penn State and Maryland. But we're also going to be watching from Wrigley Field in the Big Ten, Iowa, Northwestern, Eat Shit Pitt. They host Florida State momentarily as well, following the conclusion of the game that's currently on ESPN. And then Clemson actually just beat Notre Dame 31-23 on ABC. And coming up next will be the final Bedlam game as we know it to be in the Big 12 with Oklahoma and Oklahoma State. So that's a little bit of what's going on. But yes, the Blue and White Penn State Lions, they started 6-0. Lost at Ohio State 2 weeks ago. Won last week against Indiana, back in the win column as mentioned. After that loss against the Buckeyes in a one-score game that very well could have went their way, but it didn't. But in the meantime, now they return to the road for the first time since that loss, as they're undefeated at home. But of course, that one loss at the Shoe a few weeks back. They traveled to College Park, Maryland, take on the Maryland Terrapins, who are 5-3, but they've lost 3 straight after a 5-0 start. So we'll see what Maryland team shows up. Penn State's a 8.5 point favorite, I might add. Over under set at 49.5. For anybody interested in that, of course, let me know in the comments below who you have winning. Yes, once again, thank you for tuning in and watching. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. As mentioned, this video is powered by Rogue Energy. Rogue Energy, be sure to get your favorite energy and hydration flavors in can or tub form, shakers, and Rogue Energy merch at the link in the description below. And be sure to use the code Luke, that's Luke, Luke123 for 10% off. HopeKThrifts, a secondhand resale shop that focuses on sustaining the environment in a cheap and fashionable way, as most items are $20 or less and include brands like American Eagle, Converse, Free People, and is it Shine, Sheen, Shein? Beats me, but among others. HopeKThrifts, you guessed it, at HopeKThrifts, found on Depop, Instagram, Macari, and Poshmark at that handle, HopeKThrifts, HopeKThrifts. So be sure to use the message seller code CheapThrifts for 10% off. That's CheapThrifts, Cheap Thrifts for 10% off. Link also in the description below. but for the whole entire month of November for a Black Friday sale. HopeKThrifts currently running a 50% off special. So be sure to check out links in the description below. Once more, thanks again for tuning in and watching. Also powered by Dead and Hungry, novel written by Nathan D. Mitchell. For whatever reason, I don't have the book near. No, it's not around. So obviously reading it, set it down somewhere. I'll find it later. But link in the description below. Once more, a must read. It's fresh off the press. Released last month. Just in time for Halloween this past week. Dead and Hungry. Normally would be reading the description, but since I don't have the book by my side, as I've had it since I've gotten it, once again, a must read, so be sure to check it out. The paperback, as it's about almost 600-page book, about $15 on Amazon, but if you want it on your Kindle, it is a low price of $4.99. So yes, Dead and Hungry. Would once more be reading the description, and as I would say, if that doesn't interest you, well, you might as well be the title says. If you don't go check that out, well, you might as well be what the title says. So yes, Rogue Energy, HopeKThrifts, and Dead and Hungry, as this video is powered by all three of those sponsors. So shout out to them, thank you, and once again, thank you for tuning in and watching college football, Penn State at Maryland, live watch long reactions, live right here on YouTube. As it is about 3:30, this will be the final play of the game. Take that back. Got a couple more seconds as they do get a first down, but they'll take us from the Lone Star State to the Beltway in College Park, Maryland. The Terps coming out of their shells, hosting the blue and white Penn State Nittany Lions this afternoon. So Penn State's owned this matchup historically, the blue and white all time, as this series dates back over 100 years. Of course, they're not that far apart, a couple hours, if that. Depending on how you want to get there, go east, down through State College, and south, or if you want to go south and down through Altoona and Breezewood, and then go east some more. But we'll see if there's any seafood specials in about 60 minutes of football or not. But yeah, Penn State owns this rivalry, as some would call it, historically all time, 42-3-1. The tie was over 30 years ago. They tied 13-13. Two of Maryland's 3 wins all time have come in the past decade since they joined the Big Ten. However, that third win for Maryland, the third loss for Penn State in these meetings, as Penn State last lost at Maryland in 1961. November the 4th, 1961 to be exact, on this November the 4th, 2023. So take it for what it's worth, but yeah, we've actually met total of 5 times on somebody's birthday here today. So happy birthday. November the 4th, from 1917 until 2023. They meet again. Penn State, of course, has won 4 of those 5. But hopefully history doesn't repeat itself for the loss. Hopefully history repeats itself for the wins. But then I might add, on top of that, Penn State hasn't won on this very day since 1989. Okay? So take that for what it's worth as well. But I think today consistency is going to have to be key for the blue and white. They're going to have to run the football, stop the run. Maryland's high-powered offensively, but we all know how Penn State's defense is. So, um, you know, with these two meeting, it's either close or it's either a blowout. There's really no in between. So we'll see what type of game we get. Actually, we're going to go to overtime with Kansas State and Texas, tied at 30. So it looks like we're going to have to begin the Penn State Maryland game on the Fox Sports app. So I'll get that pulled up, and we'll kick off. I'd hope it's on here. It should be. There we go. Turn the volume up. Program is starting soon, so please stand by. And I guess we all need the next level network. So leave it at that for the time being. Of course, Penn State sort of needs, a few teams to lose ahead of them, as long as they take care of business in the meantime, because then it won't fucking matter if, you don't take care of business and do what you got to do first off, and then get some help. But if they can get some help, meantime, do what they got to do, just find ways to win. There's still a chance they're there at the end of the season, even after a tough loss a few weeks back, and then they, had to come back and win last week at home against Indiana. And rest in peace to Bobby Knight, who passed away this past week at the age of 83, as he hated coming to Penn State to play basketball. But one of the, if not the greatest college basketball coach of all time, is Penn State can say the same thing with college football and Joe Paterno. So, yeah. Penn State, Maryland coming up next. Consistency going to be key for Penn State today, though, I think. Offensively, going to have to run the football. They still, I think, even though the tight ends with total touchdowns with 10 lead the nation in all of college football in that category, they still got to get the tight ends involved. So Penn State, Maryland going to kick off on the Fox Sports app, because on Fox 8 here in Happy Valley, we go to overtime with big noon kickoff. Is this a Penn State home game or a Penn State road game? Blue Band traveled, of course, the nation dressed in white. There is head coach James Franklin, former Maryland assistant, I might add, taking on Mike Loxley and the Terps. We'll see if we get any bad beats. Once again, as Penn State's a 8.5 point favorite, over under set at 49.5. But just overall, nothing stupid. No turnovers, no penalties. They got to stop Tulia Tagovailoa, Tua's little brother, in this high-powered Maryland offense. You look at some of their stats offensively, as Penn State's, overall 7-1. Once again, Maryland at 5-3. They're both towards the top, in the Big Ten and statistical leaderboards, offense and defense. As Penn State kicks off, left to right across television screen, right on a dial. Maryland back deep to receive. It'll be a touchback, 1st and 10, Terps from the 25-yard line. Penn State in the road whites, seemingly taking on either Iowa again, maybe the Pittsburgh Steelers. Maryland normally wearing red and black, but even with the Maryland state flag, they go black helmet with a red and white stripe and the Terps font logo on the side and a yellow jersey. So Maryland starts out of the gun, dumps it off near side, and about 3 yards on the screen. So 2nd and 7 coming up. I guess they say Penn State at Maryland's airing on FS2. I already have it pulled up on here. If I'd have known that, I just would have changed channel on that TV. But we'll roll on here until this game goes final, and then switch it back. 2nd and 7, they complete another pass, and it goes for a first down. Abdul Carter along with Kalen King on the tackle. So Maryland 2 plays and first down, and yeah, we'll see if this Penn State defense can get off the field. Another quick pass. No, they actually run it on a draw up the middle. No gain on the play. So 2nd and 10 coming up. We got Jason Benetti, Brock Lesnar-Heward, and Allison Williams on the call for Fox this afternoon. So screen into the ground, incomplete, 3rd and 9. So big 3rd down coming up here early. There's a flag on the play. I don't know about intentional grounding on that, and I didn't really see anything else happen. So we'll see what the dirty laundry is from the Zebras here early on. But got a personal foul, legal blindside block on Maryland. 15 yards. They're going to replay the down, so it'll be 2nd and long rather than 3rd and 9. I'll take it. Back them up. Yeah, you can't do that. It's not 1970 anymore. Or 1961, last time Penn State lost at Maryland. On this very day, unfortunately, November the 4th. So, like I said, hopefully history doesn't repeat itself with that stat. Penn State actually shut out the Terps in the rain, 30-0 last year. Weather, a different story today. As it really cooled down in the Mid-Atlantic Northeast recently, but even after some snow the other night on Halloween into November 1st, it's warmed back up. So sweatshirt, hoodie weather, if you will. Of course, when the sun goes down, a little breeze, it's going to get a little colder. But 3rd and 12, they're going to get a first down. Actually, about a half yard short. Curtis Jacobs on the tackle. So we'll see if they go for it a couple minutes in. I mean, they have some momentum, and of course the penalty pushed them back, but I mean, you're right around midfield. You don't get it. Okay, Penn State's got a short field. Hopefully the Nittany Lions can make them pay, but defense in the meantime going to have to get off the field. Got to make a stop here. And like I said, is this Penn State home game or away game? Because the crowd's making noise for the defense to make a stop. Pass near side is caught, but then no, he did not get it. No gain on the play as they wrapped him up. And Penn State with a turnover on downs. Defense gets the offense the ball here a few minutes in. As Maryland seemingly had something going there, but then the drive stalls, and yeah, Jalen Reed along with Curtis Jacobs wrap him up right as he caught it, and down he goes. So a turnover on downs, 1st and 10 Penn State. Why not take a shot? Go deep with Drew Aller at quarterback, and we'll see, who's stepping up at wide receiver behind Keandre Lambert-Smith. You guys said with the tight ends, leading the nation with 10 total touchdowns between Theo Johnson, Tyler Warren, and Khalil Dinkins. But would still like to see the tight ends get some more touches, and they got to run the football with Nick Singleton and the fat man Katron Allen. We haven't seen Trey Potts recently, but regardless, they have depth. They got to be able to execute the play calls with regardless of who's out there playing. So they run a bubble screen far side and get a yard. So 2nd and 9 here from the 43 to begin the game for Penn State. They'll run a draw now up the middle with the fat man, and he gets about 6, maybe 7 if he's lucky. So 3rd and short coming up. I mean, hell, first off, just get a first down. Keep this drive going. If not, you're going to be, depending on what they decide to do, it would be a long field goal from here. But you probably want to punt and pin them deep and play defense again, because you just saw that, you got off the field, quick, especially on fourth down, and then you play field position. So 3rd and 3 here. We'll see. As they run a screen, far side, but then he pump fakes, comes back over the middle on a slant, Lambert Smith. First down, Penn State. And some good blocking. You needed 3 yards. I got 5. Just move the sticks. Keep it moving. One thing at a time. Work this run game in. Keep it balanced. Keep it consistent. Score some points here. So, out of a diamond. 1st and 10 from the 30. And they'll run it again. Maybe a yard. So we might have ourselves, a shootout. We might have ourselves a, low-scoring defensive showdown. That's what it seems like early. Like I said, when these two teams meet, it's either close or it's either a blowout. But Maryland is high-powered. Offensively, I'll get back to those stats in a minute, but I think it's probably going to be, somewhere in the middle. Say something along the lines of 30 to 20, give or take, with some numbers I mentioned earlier. But Fat Man, first down run, inside the red zone down at the 16, 1st and 10, Penn State, as they're knocking on the door here early. So we'll get back to Fox after Kansas State, Texas, as they are currently in overtime. So we're watching, if you're just now tuning in, this game on the Fox Sports app rather than FS2, because I didn't know they were putting on FS2 as this game kicked off. Pump fake, wanted to go deep, come back near side on the screen, and then he slips and falls. So, 2nd and 8 coming up now. Yeah, 2nd down. I mean, just put yourself in manageable situations. I mean, you've gotten, 2 first downs already? Hit him over the middle, for God's sakes. I mean, come on. Take what the defense gives you. He went with the screen, and just as long as they're moving the football forward, not backwards, and they have some consistency, and you got to build up the rhythm, and then you got to capitalize. Another run, Fat Man lowers the shoulder, and a first down run to the 6. It should be a 1st and goal right there. Under 10 to play in this opening quarter, so you got to punch this in now. You got to score a touchdown. Go up 7 on them early. Put the pressure on them, not yourself. So we'll see here what they draw up. I'm telling you, the tight ends, if not, run it again. Whatever you do, don't throw a fade. Do not throw a fade. And they'll throw a fucking fade in your side. Cephas, he caught it, but was he in bounds? They say no, incomplete, plus he bobbled it. So incomplete, and the 2nd down. 2nd and goal. That's going to be a little harder to return, even if they would look at it. So, meantime, we got a whistle, so they might think about it, and hopefully they tell us something good. Previous play going to be under further review. Yep, the incomplete pass might be a touchdown under further review. So the call on the field's incomplete. They have to find Inspirator to return it. That's going to be tough. I mean, he one-handed it right there. And then his left foot's down, has control, but then the other foot coming down out of bounds in the meantime. And then, it's control and possession. I mean, right there, that's a touchdown before the foot hits out of bounds. But then as he goes down the ground, he does sort of bobble it. I mean, you have to have control and possession going down. I mean, because hell, anymore, at times, we don't even know what a fucking catch is anymore. So, all right, Texas beats Kansas State in overtime. Ole Miss hung on to beat Texas A&M as well. So we'll go on Fox and ESPN to this Penn State-Maryland game and Florida State, Pitt, so eat shit. But yeah, Penn State, Ohio State was on the bubble earlier too. Here's the call. After further review, they say maintained with a foot down. That's a touchdown then. Yeah, touchdown Penn State with 8:41 to play in the opening quarter. They strike first. And it's a Drew Aller passing touchdown for 6 yards. Dante Cephas, a transfer from Kent State, gets Penn State on the board here first. Extra point to come. So we are Penn State. Yeah, they need somebody to step up behind Keandre Lambert-Smith. You have Harrison Wallace, but then, I mean, maybe number 3 is going to be the third. You know, they have depth, but they really don't have a third, fourth, fifth, sixth receiver, for God's sakes. It's been the tight end, you know, as a third receiver. And then with a good run game, you know, the offense is clicking and, you know, they move, and with the defense as good as they are, you know, okay, and you're also relying on special teams. So the defense got them a turnover on downs. Offense goes about 50 yards and scores. So Penn State with an early lead, plus as they, you know, would have won the coin toss deferred, kicked off to begin the game. They'll also get the ball back to begin the second half, so keep that in mind, you know, in a short while. But 7-0 Penn State, 8:41 to play in this opening quarter. So as this game wraps up, they should take us to College Park, Maryland. I believe it is still Capital One Field, if I'm not mistaken, or Capital One Bank Stadium. So they say hook 'em horns, but we are Penn State, and all right, we'll switch everything around, get everything set for these 3:30 games, and it'll be Penn State, Maryland, Missouri, Georgia, once more from Wrigley Field, Iowa, Northwestern, Florida State, and Pitt as well, and then Bedlam with Oklahoma State. So coming back from break, Maryland going to be back out on offense. As mentioned, it's Penn State's second in the Big Ten in scoring, Maryland's third with about 33 points a game. They are averaging 280 yards passing, 140 yards rushing, with about everybody's favorite number other than 69, 420 total yards. So, and Penn State's held opponents in 7 consecutive games now to under 100 yards rushing. Whereas the Lions, they've been able to run the football now for the past few years. Unlike it, you know, they weren't able to, you know, a few years, you know, back before then. So, it's all fun and games, but of course they still got to be balanced. They still got to be, as I was saying earlier, consistency, I think, is the key for Penn State. If they can run the football, stop the run, not do anything stupid, force a few turnovers. They're plus 12 in the turnover margin this season. That leads the nation as well. And then they're 11-0 since the start of last season when they force multiple turnovers. So they get a turnover on downs on the opening drive. They respond and capitalize off of that with a touchdown that they said wasn't a touchdown at first, but they looked at it, reviewed, and overturned it. So touchdown Penn State and a 7-0 lead for the Nitwits. So, yeah, long commercial break here. But we're going from one game to the next. Coming out of commercial break now for Penn State, Maryland. And we'll see if this defense can make a stop, just as they did to begin the game. Like I said, I think it's going to be somewhere in between what it normally is. All right, Fox Sports, Fox 8. All right, commercial break continues for whatever fucking reason. So today, Bueller. But yeah, that's where we sit. Yeah, just, I mean, they were balanced there on offense. They're trying to do a little bit of everything. Got to get the tight ends more involved, I think, though, still, even though they once again lead the nation with 10 touchdowns. They can't turn the ball over. The refs had one penalty there against Maryland. So, I mean, they were still able to move the football. So, yeah, this defense is going to have to get off the field. They're going to have to stop Tulia Tagovailoa. You know, Maryland's high-powered offense with those numbers I just read off. And force turnovers. Yeah, like I said, they're plus 12 in turnover margin, and then 11-0 when they force multiple turnovers since the start of last season. So, of course, don't look ahead to next week. You know, you still got to take care of business. That's what I was saying with the other games that were on at noon, playing at 3:30 today for the first time in about a month. You know, if you don't take care of business, regardless if you get help or not, it ain't going to fucking matter. Okay? So here we are, Penn State, Maryland now on Fox 8 rather than FS2 or the Fox Sports app because of the overtime finish earlier. But Penn State drove and scored after a turnover on downs. And did they run a play during the commercial break that we didn't fucking see? What the hell? Is there a turnover? Is it Penn State ball? So it is Penn State's ball. 1st and 10. They're plus 13 in the turnover margin. So we go to break. Penn State scored. They obviously kicked off. And Maryland turned it over, but we didn't get to see it because they didn't show it until coming back from break. So some technical difficulties on their end. So Penn State gets the ball 1st and 10 from the 37-yard line. And there's a pass complete to Theo Johnson for about 4 yards. 2nd down. So, all right, turnover on downs on the opening drive. Maryland then probably, one play and a turnover? And now we got a personal foul, legal hands to the face. Okay, fumble by Maryland. Zane Durant recovered it, and then it's Penn State ball, and they get 4 yards. Why, Fox, did we not see any of that? That's what I want to know. But it's now Penn State ball. They'll replay 1st down because of the penalty. They're up 7, so, all right. Penalties are even with personal fouls, so got to clean that up. They're running a slant over the middle, high, but Theo Johnson at tight end once again brings it down, so still 2nd down and long, but, I mean, yeah, you just got to, even with a fast start, I know it's going to slow down here before too long. You still got to be balanced. You still got to be consistent. You just got to move the ball, work the sticks, get some 1st downs. 2nd and 19. Yeah, the penalty was killer right there. You just back yourself up, after a 4-yard pickup, or else you would have had 2nd and, 6, 2nd and 7. Aller going deep, incomplete, so 3rd and 19. So they're probably going to fucking draw and punt. So they're not going to be able to capitalize off this turnover. But Now plus 13 in the turnover margin, and if they force another turnover, once again, as that stat said, they're undefeated since the start of last year when they force 2 or more turnovers. But it all starts up front. Yeah, they got to be able to run the football. It's all pass heavy on this drive for whatever reason. You'd think they'd be wanting to try to work some clock, but I guess not. 3rd and 19 really doesn't leave you anywhere other than a throw, and then it's out of bounds, incomplete. 4th down, they'll punt. So, yeah, that's just whatever. Gonna have to rely on the defense to get a stop for you. I mean, I get you want to get some rhythm built up and, of course, keep it simple for Drew Aller, quarterback, but you got to work the run game in to help them out. You can't be throwing it every fucking play because the defense knows you're going to be throwing it. At least keep them guessing, keep them off balance. Penn State punts. Of course, the penalty didn't help out there either. Field to the 30 on the fly and brought down right away. So it'll be Maryland Terrapin ball from there, 1st and 10 when we return. So hopefully they don't not show us anything that happens during this game during commercial breaks. For whatever reason, yeah, as Penn State scored, went to commercial break. They stayed at commercial break during the kickoff and during the opening play of Maryland's next drive when that turnover happened. And then Penn State got the ball. It's like, what the hell's going on? Like, why does Penn State have the ball? Oh, okay, they got a turnover. Yeah, they got a turnover, but then they couldn't do anything with it. Get 4 yards, penalty backs them up, and then it's just incompletions left and right from there, and then they punt. So, I mean, that's what I'm saying. You got to work the run game in, keep it balanced. I mean, they went to tight end seemingly on every pass play there, no doubt about it, but enough of this east-west bullshit. Go north-south, end zone in the front of you, okay? You want to score points. Just frustrating at times with, like, what the fuck are you doing, But, I mean, it is what it is. So, it's still early, still left football to be played. We'll see how it gives us. I'm sure something will. Maryland's good. They're 5-0 start. Had them looking like a force to be reckoned with in the Big Ten East, because it's normally, with Michigan, Ohio State, and Penn State, that's it, But look at Rutgers this year. Look at Maryland this year. You got to give them credit. I mean, they're trying to build a program. This is probably the best, that they've been in quite some time, to say the least. But then as it, in the long haul, still even good enough. We'll see. But, yeah, just once again, whether you're getting help or not, you still got to take care of business, okay? Because then the rest will sort itself out. There's still a lot of football to be played, okay? But if you don't take care of business, none of that's going to matter. So I'm saying don't look ahead to next week. As Maryland will go to Nebraska, and Penn State will host Michigan. So there is Maryland, Penn State's program from this very date, November the 4th, 1961, Old Bird Stadium, as they show off Maryland's 3 wins against Penn State all time. And 2 of them have come in Happy Valley. The other, that was Maryland's last home win against Penn State, November the 4th, 1961. And here we are, November the 4th, 2023. Hopefully this doesn't repeat itself there. But hi, how you doing? I'd like to shake your hand, but no, Maryland says they don't want to. So 1st and 10 from the 31. They'll run it, and no gain on the play. So Yeah, Maryland, this will be their third drive. Their first two, they had something going and stalled, turnover on downs, and then they turned the ball over. So what do they got now? 2nd and 10, slant over the middle. It's caught, but short. 3rd and inches coming up, it looks like. And Tulia, the right-handed Tua, if you will. Both played at Alabama. He, of course, transferred to Maryland, though, under Mike Loxley. And he's been their starting quarterback now for a few seasons, and he's a dual threat. He can throw it, he can run it. And so Penn State's defense, if you think about it, going to be in for a dogfight today. They're going to have to get off the field. And they're playing good here early, but, it's bending but not breaking. They stuff them in the backfield on a tackle for a loss of 3. And 4th down, Maryland to punt. So 3 drives for the Terps. And a big old goose egg to show for it. Whole lot of nothing going on. And Penn State's going to get the ball back. So, of course, got turnover and downs, drove and scored. Got the fumble, couldn't do anything with it. What do they do now? Would like a good couple-minute scoring drive to take place for sure. Take up some field, take up some time to just, score some more points. Maryland punts. And from the 18 on the return for a few yards, they didn't roll him down yet. Daquan Hardy gets a couple more yards, it looks like. So with 4 minutes on the dot to play in this first quarter, Penn State leads Maryland 7-0, and they'll take a TV timeout here with a commercial break. So, this defense is bad to the bone. I've been saying all season long, I'd put this defense up against anybody in the country and, believe in them. The one loss, once again, gets to Ohio State. The difference in that game was a fumble, scoop and score return for a touchdown from the Penn State defense on the Ohio State offense that unfortunately got called back because of a penalty. They have that. We're tied up at 20, and who knows what happens. And, of course, they won last week. They're 7-1. They could be 8-0. Who knows? Could have another loss or two, for what it's worth as well. They did have a streak going of, 30-plus points a game that they restarted last week, along with a streak of beating their opponents for about a year straight of 14-plus points or more. But all that's gone away, in the meantime with the loss. So, okay, whatever. You play on, you continue to move forward. You don't want to go backwards. Because that's, once again, the past few years of Penn State football, all right, what team's showing up? Because, from how they've started to how they've finished in back-to-back seasons, it's been a tale of 2 years in 20 and 21, to say the least, from 0-5 to 4-5 to 5-0 to 7-6, 11-11 entering last year, and then they won 11 games in the Rose Bowl, and then 6-0 start, they lose, win last week, here we are today. So just gotta keep chopping away at it, and just hold steady, and one thing at a time. It's the 1-0 mentality. They've been bit by the injury bug a little bit, no doubt about it. With the road game at Maryland today being a test. Once again, you don't want to look ahead to next week either, with Michigan coming in to Happy Valley for a big noon kick next Saturday at noon inside of Beaver Stadium. So, next minute mentality. You play with who you have. They once again, offensively, still got to find like a third, fourth, and fifth, let alone a sixth receiver. They have the tight end, so they got to give them the ball more. But it starts up front. They got to run the football. And once again, balance, consistency. They took some shots there. Last drive would have liked, some run, but it was all throw. The passes, and okay, it is what it is. Defense, just okay. Maybe the defense is going to be, shutting them down all day for all we know. as the Big Uglies made the trips. And Penn State going to start this drive from the 21-yard line. Of course, Halloween was last week, and that pass complete. Lambert Smith for about 7, maybe 8 yards, but of course, if you know who the Big Uglies are, you know it's just not a Halloween costume. So yeah, 2nd and 3. Work the run game in here, man. I'm telling you, work the fucking run game. So 2nd and 3. And a quarterback draw. Drew Aller going to get a first down to the 35-yard line. He's learning to run. He's learning to, take what the defense gives him. He's learning to be, a little bit more patient. I mean, he is calm, cool, collected in the backfield anyway when he drops back. But, when he gets pressured, he gets flustered. Seemingly, seems like he doesn't know what the hell to do. So, you help him out of the run game. They get a couple yards there on that run. Singleton now in the ball game for 3. So, 2nd and 7 coming up. 2:50 and counting to play. And, we're watching now Penn State, Maryland, Iowa, Northwestern, along with Florida State, Pitt, and Oklahoma State, with also an eye on Missouri and Georgia. So, 2nd and 7, as always, coming to halftime. We'll first half stats and scores. And take a look around what's going on in college football. Stay tuned for that. But 2nd and 7 here. Drew Aller pump fakes on the slant, goes deeper on the slant. Lambert Smith in Maryland territory, going to be brought down deep about the 25-yard line or so, give or take. He wanted the slant right there. Cephas, but then he had Lambert Smith going on as they had a double slant from the near side going over the middle. He was trying to break the tackle off to the races, but brought down to 24. 1st and 10. Going to throw it again. Down the middle, caught. Tyler Warren inside the 10, down to 6. So Penn State's got a 1st and goal. Can they punch it in? Run the ball. I mean, normally they're running to throw. Today they're throwing to run. So, I mean, you get out to an early lead, you look at it, moving forward, you have the lead, you're going to run the football then late, especially on the road. With that lead, you work clock, and then you get the hell of the Dodge with a win. 1st and goal from the 6. And their 3rd overall in red zone percentage this season in college football. To the 3-yard line they go on the run up the middle by Singleton with about a minute and change to play in this opening quarter. 2nd and goal coming up. Can they punch it in? Aller's coming out for a play. Bo Perbula in there? Yes, he is. The Pride of York, as they call him. We'll see what they draw up with him. It's seemingly going to be a run. No wing T, but now motion out of the backfield. Yeah, they're running quarterback draw up the middle, and he stumbles. Slipped up, got about a yard. 3rd and goal coming up from about the 2. They'll switch them out. Actually, now going to run a 2-quarterback system here with the play call. Keep the defense guessing. About 20 seconds on the play clock. They technically don't have to snap it unless they want to, as this will be the final play of the quarter. If they do, in fact, snap it, but if they don't, try to draw them off sides. All right, that's that. But all right, Aller out of the gun. One of the snap motion far side. Perbula came over. Shuffled it. All right, touchdown Penn State. Theo Johnson. What a fucking play call. And they're getting the tight ends back involved and scoring more touchdowns there. They're going to add to that stat. 11 now touchdowns to the tight ends this season, leading the country. So 13-0 Penn State. 2 seconds to play in the opening quarter. That was a little interesting on how they drew that up. I mean, shit, he could have threw it back to Perbula far side, but he wanted to run up the middle, but then he was going to get brought down, and then he saw a man wide open in front of him. Man, I'll just get him the ball, and he shuffled it to him, and touchdown Penn State, and now Falcons on for the extra point. So 14-0 Penn State. Maryland, they've had 3 drives. Nothing. Penn State's had 3 drives, 14 points. That was, we're going to have to go back and watch that play. That was an interesting play call. I don't think I've seen them run something like that in quite some time. But if ever, for that matter. I mean, they really went deep up the sleeve for that one. 2 quarterback system on the play. Aller was lined up out of the gun. Perbula to his right, but then he motioned out, and then he motioned back in after Aller motioned far side to the left, and then Perbula got the snap from center, end around to Aller. Perbula then ran out wide open in the top of the end zone. Aller very well could have threw it to him. I think he was looking for somebody, near side in the back of the end zone, or at least in the flat. But then he was going to run it up the middle on a draw. In the meantime, Theo Johnson standing wide open at the goal line. And just, hey, I'm going to shuffle it to you. Hopefully you catch it. He did just that, and Penn State scores. So 14-0 Nittany Lions here as we near the end of the first quarter. So, of course, couldn't have asked for a better start, especially on the road. I mean, last time they were on the road, they only scored 12 points total the whole entire game. 14 with, only, 14:58 into the game on the board. So, if they can just hold the lead, defense is already making stops, continue to make stops, run the football, work as much clock as you can. I mean, their tops in time possession this season is already as it is anyway. So, if they can just keep doing what they're doing, nothing stupid. Not necessarily put it to them, but they might. Once again, when these two teams meet, it's either a blowout or it's close. Expecting a little different today in between there. Hopefully I'm wrong, as long as Penn State comes out on top and wins on this very date, November the 4th, for the first time since 1989. And then also not allow history to repeat itself, losing at Maryland on November the 4th, as they did in 1961. That was Maryland's lone home win against Penn State all time. The other 2 wins have come on the road, live here in Happy Valley at Beaver Stadium, in 14 and in 20, both within the past decade since Maryland joined the conference. So, that was a little crazy on the play call, but they executed it. I wonder how long they've had that lined up to potentially run. But, just find a way to win this game. Take care of business. Of course, in the meantime, don't look at it next week, but just do what you got to do. Find a way to win. That's all that matters. So Penn State will kick off. And a touchback on the kick. So 2 seconds to play in this first quarter. Maryland, once again, 3 drives, nothing to show for. They had turnover on downs on the opening drive, a fumble on the second drive, and then a punt on their last drive. They'll get 1 play here by the end of the quarter to start this drive. But Penn State with their 3 drives. Short field after the turnover on downs, scored with a passing touchdown. Couldn't capitalize off the Maryland fumble, had to punt, but then they throw another passing touchdown and go up 14-0 here down the first. So Maryland first and 10 from the 25-yard line. We'll see if this Penn State defense can make another stop. And they bring pressure up the middle, and down goes Talia by Abdul Carter on a 5-yard sack, and that'll do it for the first quarter. Penn State leads Maryland 14-0. As the Turtles have sort of gone back into their shells now, back into hiding. Penn State with an excellent start. Maryland couldn't have asked for a worse start. 14-0, blue and white, 15 minutes in. And after the sack down the quarter, Maryland's got a second and long when we return. So leave it at that. We'll see what we got when we come back. But, Penn State's in a good spot. You just can't let it slip. They got to keep momentum on their side. They just got to keep at it. You know, one play, one drive, 1/4 in, 3 to go, but 1/4, 1/2, 1-0 mentality, one thing at a time, all right? So, we'll get back to the action shortly. So, in the meantime, once again, thanks for tuning in and watching. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. Fox already promoting a big noon kickoff next week, live from Happy Valley for Michigan, Penn State, as well as a noon kickoff next Saturday as well. Back on Fox 8 as there's the Big Ten commercial from coast to coast now, as they'll add in the Pac-12 schools next year with USC, UCLA, Oregon, and Washington, but Penn State just a little bit south down in Maryland, taking on the Terps today before they host the Wolverines next week. So, commercial break continues at the end of one. In the meantime, Penn State leads Maryland 14-0. As mentioned, Drew Allard's 10 of 12, 85 yards passing and 2 touchdowns. One to Dante Cephas, the other to Theo Johnson, as they were both from inside the 10-yard line. But they were able to punch it in and score. Katron Allen, 4 carries, 29 yards rushing. Lambert Smith has 4 catches, 53 yards receiving. Tyler Warren, 1 for 18. Johnson and Cephas, 7 yards receiving and touchdowns. Penn State's defense is stout. The turnover was on the fumble recovered by Zane Durant. Whereas Tulia Tagovailoa, even though he's a perfect 10 of 10, 92 yards passing, they have no run game, and they haven't been able to get out past midfield. So, Penn State with an excellent start, Maryland not so great. So, it'll be Maryland ball, 2nd and long after the sack that ended the quarter, with Penn State up 14-0 once again. So that's where we're at. From the 20, 2nd and 15, Terps. Penn State leads by 2 scores, 14-0. Empty set. Tulia's pass caught. Kalen King along with Winston. Not the Bella and John Cena and Brian Danielson's dog, but Kevin KJ Winston on the tackle as well. 3rd and 3 from the 32. Penn State maybe with some pressure again here. Play clock at 6. And they'll get it off. They brought pressure and pass was caught right away for the 1st down. So they'll move the sticks. 1st and 10 Maryland. From the 37. That's a hold. That is a hold, and he still goes down in the sack anyway. So down he goes again. 2nd and long. just keep bringing pressure. Make them make a few mistakes here. Get a turnover or two again off of them. This Penn State defense is special. So 2nd and 18. And Tulia going deep near side. Turn around. You turn around, you pick him off. And he was looking the wrong way for the football. So Maryland with a completed pass there for big first down pickup. They'll move the sticks, and they got a 1st and 10 now at the 43 of Penn State. They're going to look to cut this lead. And a quick bubble screen far side caught, and maybe 5. So 2nd and medium coming up. Yeah. Keep bringing pressure, but you're probably going to have to do a little bit more than just wrap him up on sacks. You're going to have to, start covering here before too long, too, because, you don't want to have him end with a perfect passer rating, whether they win or lose. Quarterback keeper. Down he goes again on the sack. Technically go down as a tackle for loss, Curtis Jacobs. But 3rd and long coming up for Terps. As, Penn State's defense. Very, very special once again. That is a good head-to-head on 3rd down here. Can Maryland convert, and can Penn State get off the field? Because they're about split. So 3rd and 9. And more pressure, and down he goes again. Johnny Dixon on a corner blitz. Just kicked Maryland out of field goal range, and then some. And unblocked. And if he didn't get him, Carter was there to bring him down. And if Carter didn't get to him, Kalen King was there to tackle him. So Maryland with a big play, 1st down, but then they go backwards, and Penn State's pressure defensively that's 4 sacks now? We're 20 minutes into the game. They blocked the punt. No. I thought they blocked the punt. Where's the ball? It's in the end zone, though. How the hell did that... And now there's a flag. They're going to get roughing or running. Got roughing the punter on Penn State. 15 yards, automatic 1st down. How did he not block that? And then he, ran into him because he tried to. Oh, my God. And, running into the punter is a 5-yard penalty. It would still have been 4th down. Roughing is 15 yards and an automatic 1st down regardless of the distance. And it was 4th and 21. Just fucking stupid. You got to know better, dude. The little red dog needs to be put in the fucking doghouse. Jesus Christ. So the defense with more sacks got off the field, but then special teams with an error. I thought he had blocked it, but no. He roughed the punter, and it was a touchback, so it would have been Penn State ball 1st and 10 at the 20. But it is what it is. 2nd and 10. Just got to make another stop. Just got to make another stop. And they'll run it far side on an off tackle. Maybe enough for a yard. 3rd down coming up. Under 10 to play in the half. So 3rd and 9. Come on, defense. More pressure. And the pass going to be caught. 1st down. Good God. And now this is going to end in points now for him when it was a punt. But then because of the roughing the punter, they go on back 1st down. Drive stays alive. And hopefully this ain't going to be the difference in the game. Pass far side, caught, and then got a flag on the play, probably a face mask. So they're just shooting themselves in the foot now. So the rest are huddling up. We'll see what the call is here. Got 2 fouls, both against Penn State's defense. Got a hold that's declined and a personal foul. Unnecessary roughness because he body slammed him. So automatic 1st down. All right. Just stupid, you know, just flat out stupid. And now Maryland's got a 1st and goal at the 8. And that's the only reason why they're at the 8-yard line, because of Penn State defensive penalties. Should have been sacked, and then he finds a man wide open, caught, touchdown. Jesus Christ. Come on. So extra points up and good. It is 14-7 now. 7 and change to play, it looks like. Before halftime. Yeah, 7:59. Second under 8 minutes. Both teams, all 3 timeouts remaining. Penn State's going to get the ball back, plus they'll get the ball back to begin the second half. Another, 5-minute scoring drive would be nice, no doubt about it. Just stupid with the penalties. I mean, technically in the game thus far, Penn State has 3 penalties for 37 yards, with Maryland having 1 for 15. Maryland's controlling the clock by a good 4 minutes now as well. But with the sacks, they have negative 28 yards rushing. But Tulia Tunglavoo is perfect passing right now. And now a touchdown to go on top of it. So yeah, the Maryland penalty was on the opening drive. Penn State, 2 of their 3 penalties just came on that last drive. Roughing the punter when the defense got off the field. Who knows what the offense does? But then, you give up a personal foul to keep the drive going then afterwards as well, and then they end up scoring out on it. So just stupidity. You can't let it happen. So they got to clean up a lot. And you would think with a run game and a lead, they'd keep running the football. But I mean, all 3 touchdowns total by both teams here have come through the air. So yeah, just frustrating that they can and did allow that to happen. You got to play through it, though. You got to play through it. So, that's what I was saying. Can they go on a drive here before halftime and put more pressure on the Terps? And then maybe even score again early third quarter, and then there's even more pressure on them. Because then, come second half, it's going to come down to drives and time. And you'd think Penn State still holds their lead. They'd be in good shape, good spot. Just don't let this slip, because Maryland's still capable of coming back. But yeah, they lost Northwestern last week, whereas Penn State went to Northwestern and won earlier this year. Another commercial break. Why? I don't know, but we'll get back to the action shortly. So, Penn State will have the ball 1st and 10 after the touchback on the kick. So, run the football, work some clock, just drive and score. No, nothing stupid now on offense. I mean, you're costing yourself on defense more so than not the special teams error. But then you still have the personal foul on defense afterwards. Just don't be shooting yourselves in the foot. No stupid penalties, no turnovers, okay? Just is what it is, but yeah, that's where we sit, 14-7 here, midway through the second quarter. So go back to the action shortly. Just once again, thank you for tuning in. And watching. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe to social media. Links in the description below.
Relief is possible. Talk to a doctor about
So 1st and 10, Penn State here from 25. Aller will hand off. 3 yards in a cloud of dust for Big Ten football. And they got to get some balance back here. Keep momentum on their side. You know, try to stay as consistent as you possibly can. So, 2nd and 7. Aller low snap, pass far side, caught. Lambert Smith, first down, Penn State. So move the sticks. Get back to the run game. Just keep the defense off balance, you know. One play at a time. Motion man, Cephas. They run a bubble screen, double pass. Lambert Smith has a man wide open down the middle of the field. Oh my God. I think they rushed that a little too much. That's a backwards pass for sure. But then he has tight end Tyler Warren going down the middle of the field wide open, and he had Cephas, remember, who once again came in motion from the top of your screen to bottom of your screen, going on a wheel route down the near sideline, and he had him wide open too. But then he just, it seemed like he just wanted to get rid of it as soon as he, you know, caught it, and it didn't work. And that's seemingly the double pass they wanted to run a couple weeks ago that Ohio State wrapped them up on right away when they, you know, started to play. You've seen a lot of double passes recently too, just in the sport of football. It's a copycat league. I mean, you see this play, that play run by this team or that team. Well, yeah, if it works, guess what? We're adding it to our playbook too, basically. If it doesn't, well, we still might, and we might be the ones to execute it rather than, you know, they weren't able to, or if it doesn't work or we don't like it, we're not adding it, you know, one of those. So 3rd and 4 coming up as they ran it up the middle there for 6 yards. We'll take another fucking commercial break here with the injury, so hopefully it's okay. But yeah, got to convert, got to get a first down. I mean, they had it. They just got to execute. You know, that's what a couple weeks ago. I mean, shit. And this is right after, okay, Corey Geyer bringing up about Penn State offense, throwing it deep. I believe it was either the Northwestern game or the UMass game, if I'm not mistaken. It was one of those two. It was around that time. Plus, they had a bye week in the middle of those, so... yeah, whenever it was, they did run those. They just couldn't execute. Like, it's going to go down as a good play if it works, but then it's going to go down as a bad play if it doesn't work. You know, it's all about perspective. But, yeah, he had him. He had him. And they let it off the hook there and falls incomplete. But, I mean, it's not like you don't have anything else to do afterwards. They still got, you know, chances here. There's still a lot of football to be played. So, you know, can they keep it up? Just get first down, 3rd and 4. I mean, I wouldn't mind going back to that. I don't know about today, but maybe, you know, because their regular season at least, going to end in less than 3 weeks now, because they play on Black Friday night, which is 3 weeks from yesterday. Like I said, don't look ahead next week yet, but Still ain't going to get any easier, you know. At Maryland today, you're up 14, you go up touchdown because of penalties. And then you have Michigan next week, Rutgers the following week for senior day. And then you got to go to Michigan State, and it's a neutral site game on Black Friday night, being played in Motown in Detroit at Ford Field. So they're 7-1 right now. We'll see how they finish, but yeah, they very well could be playing 10 times better than they are, but you know, take it for what it's worth and take it while we can get it, because they very well could be playing a hell of a lot worse. I mean, we know how bad 20 was. We know how bad 21 was, especially down the stretch. So, yeah, just third and 4 here. Can they convert? Because if not, then Maryland's getting the ball back. You know, time and timeouts before halftime potentially cut this lead again, let alone tie it up going into halftime. This is a big third down. Can they convert from the 41-yard line? 3rd and 4. Aller out of the gun. They'll fake the run, pump fake, quarterback, keeper up the middle. And he's got green grass in front of him. He's still going. And down to the 38-yard line. First down, Penn State. So, yeah, hey, run ain't there. You want to throw it, pass ain't there. Well, just tuck it and run. And then pull down. But big gain in the meantime as they march into Maryland territory again and out of the pistol. Run it, I'm telling you. Or maybe take a shot. You want to work some clock, though. You do. They'll run it. Singleton for about 2 yards. So second down coming up, second down. Maybe third down. Keep running it. Get these tight ends involved too. I mean, they wanted to on that trick play down the middle, but Aller looking to throw down the middle, caught. Tyler Warren of the 22. 1st and 10. So they move the 6 again. Just keep at it. Chip away. And then maybe they'll drift back up to Susquehanna with a win. But 1st and 10 from the 22. On a raft that they would have chopped down and built and the win. And Aller going deep, incomplete in the end zone. Wanted Theo Johnson on a wheel route, incomplete, 2nd and 10. Out of the pistol, they'll run it again up the middle. Got 3rd and 6.5, 7 coming up. Keep working this clock. I really wouldn't mind running it again on, well, it's 3rd and 8, not 3rd and 7. Telling you, tight ends. Clifford in motion to slot top of your screen. Maybe drain the play clock and call a timeout. They get it off. Aller looking to throw. Slant, caught. Cephas down to the 5. 1st and goal, Penn State. Work this clock. Run it. 4 fucking times up the middle. Score. Go to halftime. Up 21-7. If not 17-7 if you got to kick a field goal. Get the ball back early third quarter. Score again. Put the pressure on them. And just keep running the ball and work clock the rest of the way. And get out with a win. That's where we're at. That's just how this game's played out. Because they started fast. And they were able to capitalize off of Maryland's mistakes. Prebula on a quarterback keeper trips and falls and loses a yard or so. So 2nd and goal. I believe Maryland's going to start calling their timeouts now in the meantime. They have 3 of them, 2:36 to play in the half. So, yeah, Maryland will probably get the ball back with at least a minute or so left. But I get you're trying to keep him guessing on what he's going to do. But when you put him in and he's not throwing because all he does is sort of run, the defense then knows exactly what he's going to do, and that's run. So it's like, okay, at least fucking hand it off, or maybe give him the chance to throw. You don't want to make any mistakes, so. You know, he's the backup quarterback for a reason, but, you know, Aller, of course, don't do anything stupid either. So, yeah, very well could. So 2nd and goal here. I believe the tiebreaker would come down to, of course, head-to-head, but, you know, crossover opponents out of the West. 2nd and goal from the 8. Ready, go. Gets the snap. Down the middle. Caught. Touchdown, Penn State. Tyler Warren back to the tight ends again. They got 12 touchdowns to tight ends now this season. Still leading the country. Going to extend their lead to 20-7. Extra point to come. Just simple post to the back corner. And right on a dime. Penn State with 3 passing touchdowns today. Now can they run the football when they need to in the second half? Because if they can, the game's going to be over if this defense can continue to make stops. So Falcons on for the extra point. Kicks up, kicks good. 21-7 Nittany Lions with 2:34 to play in the half. Maryland get the ball back with 2 timeouts in that time, down 14 now. We'll see what they can do offensively. Of course, Tulia Tagovailoa, perfect passing today. 17-17, if I'm not mistaken, with a touchdown. Drew Aller, though, with 3 passing touchdowns himself. But can the Penn State defense get off the field? You know, can they force, you know, next to nothing here before halftime and hold their lead? Even if they do give up something, they're still getting the ball back to begin the second half. And then Maryland, really look at it the rest of the way, unless they can make some stops defensively themselves, they're just going to be playing catch-up the rest of the way. You know, they can cut it to this or cut it to that, but then that's as close as they can get it to, other than tie it up at the start. So 21-7 is where we stand. We'll update some stats and scores to halftime since we're that close, but get back to the action shortly. So, meantime, once again, thanks for tuning in and watching. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. Penn State leads Maryland now 21-7 with 2:34 to play in the first half. Penn State kicks off. So touchback, 1st and 10, Maryland from the 25-yard line now. Here as we near halftime, but 21-7 your score. First and 10, Maryland. And Tulia Tagovailoa looking to throw. Pass dropped, incomplete. First incompletion of the day for him. So 2nd and 10. Yep, and Penn it goes away, as it did there, so just dropped it. I mean, he probably should have caught it, but he just dropped it. So 2nd and 10. And pass caught for a yard near side. KJ Winston on the tackle. 3rd down. So Penn State with 3 timeouts. I mean, hell, they might get the ball back here. Looking to score again before halftime. Plus, you know, double dip then and hope to score again early 3rd quarter. All depends on what happens on this play here. If they stop them, I'd call a timeout. Get the ball back with some time and 2 timeouts rather than a little less time and 3 timeouts. Of course, still got the sideline, so 3rd and 9 here for Maryland from the 26. And Penn State with some pressure. Pass caught, 1st down. All right. This rate, let them do what they want. Just try to make some stops. First and 10. Tulia's pass complete for 4. 2nd down, no 1 on the clock. They still got 2 timeouts though. 1:08 and counting. I mean, don't give up a touchdown. If you got a forced field goal, okay, but would like nothing. Under a minute to play in the half. 2nd and 6 coming up for Maryland. I don't know why they're wasting time. They finally snap it. Pressure, and then that's intentional grounding. There's nobody there. Thank you. There's the flag. And, yeah, there wasn't anybody there. Plus, the ball didn't get back to the line of scrimmage. Whether he's in or outside the pocket, doesn't fucking matter. Ball did not get back to the line of scrimmage, and there's nobody in the area. So that's intentional grounding. Plus, he took a shot, too. He's holding his right shoulder as he gets up. So, intentional grounding on Maryland. Should be a 10-second runoff. Yeah. Unless they want to call a timeout, there's a 10-second runoff. And now Fox, for whatever fucking reason, with a glitch. Okay, Maryland does call a timeout, stop the clock, with 44 seconds still to play. So they'll have 1 left now, rather than 2 and 34 seconds. They like to take the timeout and keep the 44 seconds after the intentional grounding. So we'll take a commercial break. We'll get back to action shortly. Of course, lost a down with, that penalty, even though technically the down's already lost with the flag, let alone the incompletion before it. And it would still be, whatever down is going to be next. They say loss of down. Well, technically it should be like loss of the next down, not loss of the down that just happened, because that already technically happened on the play with the incompletion and the penalty. But 3rd and 18 now for Maryland. 3rd and 18. Can Penn State get off the field? They got 3 timeouts if they want to try to stop the clock here again. But just don't give up 19 yards. That's all I ask. Don't give up 19 yards. Because Maryland's still got a timeout themselves. More pressure. Oh, my fucking God. 3rd and 18, and guess how many yards they got on that play? And he also got out of bounds. Yeah, 19, and they get a first down. You gotta be kidding me. Oh, my God. Somebody cover him. So that only took up a couple seconds. 1st and 10 at midfield. And they still got a timeout. So Tungalovoa pass incomplete. As he's getting pressured. Had a hold up front. They didn't call it. Holding happens on every play anyway. So it's a matter of the fact that they call it or not. They didn't. And then they still almost got to him. Forced the pressure. And then a little too much on the throw. Let him a little too far and it was a little high. It falls incomplete. So 2nd and 10. 2nd and 10 from midfield for Maryland. Penn State looking to bring some pressure again here. Maryland's really worked this play clock today. They get it off. Bubble screen far side. Caught. Dole Carter wraps him up after about a 2-yard pickup. 3rd down with 30 seconds. Does Maryland call their 3rd and final timeout? Or does Penn State stop the clock for whatever reason? No, it's Maryland. All right, so tackle him in bounds. Whatever you do, tackle them in bounds. Even if you give up a first down, tackle them in bounds. They have no timeouts. Do not let them get out of bounds and stop the clock. Make them run up to the ball and spike it and clock it. But don't give them a big play here either. It is 3rd and 7. Don't give up 8 yards like you did 19 on 3rd and 18. But tackle them in bounds. Do not let them get out. And if Penn State stops them, 4th down and short, do they just let the clock run? If Maryland decides to just punt rather than, heave it? Or does Penn State call a timeout and, try to get the ball back? I mean, I don't know if they'd be able to go, the distance and, less than 30 seconds with like 2 timeouts or not. But 3rd and 7, they run a screen near side, so incomplete, clock stops. So that works out in Penn State's favor. 4th down, Maryland will have to punt now for sure. In the meantime, clock stopped. Penn State still got 3 timeouts, so I think it's really going to depend on where this punt goes. Unless they block it. You don't want to roughing the punter again, though, because that's how Maryland ended up scoring then, unless they'd be getting shut out. Because that was a penalty touchdown drive, basically, for the Penn State defense, giving up 7 to the Terps. They hold back. We'll see where this ball is going to be spotted at. Fair catch signal for at the 15. They got 20 seconds and 3 timeouts. You do have a 14-point lead, though, and you are getting the ball back to begin the second half. So I'm not going to be surprised they take a knee here. Just play it safe. But, 20 seconds and 3 timeouts, and you have 3 passing touchdowns already. They've been, pass heavy today compared to the run. They do have a decent run game, but, maybe they take a shot. We'll see here. They'll probably end up taking a knee. And they will. So we at halftime, Penn State leading Maryland 21-7. And the Nittany Lions will, in fact, get the ball back to begin the second half, I might add as well. So, they're not necessarily clicking on all cylinders because they do have some stuff to clean up still here. And it's more so than not. That's interesting. Since Franklin took over in 14, Penn State's 43-1 when leading by 10-plus points or more at halftime. The only loss was in 2017 in a game they should have won at Ohio State, losing by 39-38. But Penn State has Maryland right where they want them at. They've capitalized off their mistakes. They're not necessarily clicking on all cylinders, I was about ready to say there, because they still got a lot to clean up, more so than not in the penalties. The refs have let them play. They really haven't thrown many since, let alone thrown many at all. They've, called the obvious. You still can't let it happen though. You just gotta play, clean, as clean as you possibly can at least. I get it, shit happens, but like, just stupidity, on some of them. Just, they're up 14. Yeah, I don't really think there's, a reason, if you will, with a difference on, well, this game could be this or that right now. They gave up the touchdown, because of the penalties. Unless they'd be shutting them out right now, 21-0. That's really the only thing that would be different right now if, one thing or another does or doesn't happen. So they just, in the second half, they got to keep running the football. I'm not going to mind, some passing, but not a lot of it, and don't do, anything stupid. Don't be running no trick plays here in the second half. Don't give them a reason to come back. Put it to them. Just continue to make stops on defense. This defense is, you talk about stout, talk about, they're a stellar, stout, special defense. Making plays left and right for the most part. Surprisingly, Maryland doesn't have any, more points than they do at 7, because their offenses, the passes have been, short, and they've got some first downs, but they've been able to move the football for the most part. But then Penn State's defense is just that good, just making stops. Like Maryland, probably could have a couple more points than they do, and they probably should. You look at the opening drive, they turn it over around midfield. Penn State responded with a touchdown. Halftime report coming up, so they'll show off some highlights. We'll get to some scores in a minute. A preview next week as well, so stay tuned for that. But 21-7 Penn State at halftime, but the turnover Penn State couldn't do anything with on the fumble. They had to punt, but then since then, and they took us some time too on the clock. They were able to drive and score. So, the only more Maryland really could have, you think, come close to getting in field goal range, but then they just can't, other than the penalty-riddled drive defensively for Penn State, giving up the touchdown, that they ended up scoring as well. 21-7 with 4 passing touchdowns total, 3 by Penn State, 1 by Maryland. The Lions lead by 14, 21-7. That's where we're at halftime here. So we'll see where we go from here. I would think Penn State just, like I said, run the football, okay, work clock, and if this defense can continue to make stops, they're going to be fine. You still don't want to look ahead to next week yet. Not until this game goes final. Then that's when we'll preview the Michigan Wolverine matchup next Saturday, as it'll be big noon kickoff on Fox, as they'll be live in Happy Valley. We'll see if College Game Day is rolling in as well. They might not. So then if they do, and they're both there for a noon kick, non-night game, where do they both set up at? Because they both like to set up outside the Bryce Jordan Center. Well, on College Game Day recently has gone down to Old Main, but we'll figure all the details out later. Still got to take care of business. And if you take care of business, the rest will sort itself out. Um, they could have got some help earlier. They didn't, but it is what it is. But you still got to have football to be played here, Forget about all the other games. Run the football, work clock, just figure out a way not to lose this game. Find a way to win. Get to 8-1, and then host Michigan next Saturday. Michigan hosts Purdue tonight, I might add. So, anybody wants to tune in and watch that, be my guest. Go ahead. Of course, Michigan, has a investigation ongoing with some sign stealing currently. So we'll see how much that plays into their future. Even though Connor Stallions was suspended with pay and then fired yesterday, so Michigan's still a damn good team, and they're still able to do, pretty much anything they want, whether they're stealing signs or not. They're a damn good team. And we'll talk more in detail about all that next week, so stay tuned for that. But, just Penn State here at Maryland, up 21-7 at halftime. You're getting the ball to begin the second half as well. Start the second half how you started the first half. Drive and score, and tack onto this lead a little bit, and then just once again, run the football, work clock, and make stops on defense. If they do that and don't turn the ball over, they're going to be fine and they'll win. Don't give Maryland a reason to get themselves back in this game. Don't let this slip. Don't let them come from behind and find a way to win for themselves. You need to figure out a way not to lose this game and find a way to win for yourself. Okay. Long story short, that's best way to put it. It is. So, capiche, that's enough. End of story. So, we'll see if they can keep it that, plain and simple. Be balanced, be consistent, because once again, as I said at the start, consistency is going to be key for Penn State today. They pretty much have been consistent. I mean, like I said, they're clicking on pretty much all cylinders. I mean, they need to clean up penalties, but we'll see if they can. You want the job? Apply for it. No, yeah. We'll see where we go from here, and we'll see how the second half turns out. I'll leave it at that. So, we'll talk more about what I was laughing about there in a minute. As they continue to show off highlights. As we're halftime of this game, halftime of this game as well. Florida State's in trouble at Pitt, so they can eat shit, but they can beat the Noles to help out everybody sitting behind the fourth-ranked Seminoles. Yeah, they're tied at 7 nearing halftime. And then this game's also at halftime as well. So, it is a little after 5 for a 3:30 game. Yeah, that's about right for halftime right now. So, seemed like a fast first quarter, slowed down a little bit. Right on, par with first half, though. Timing-wise, for what it's worth, really doesn't matter. But once again, Penn State, just find a way to win this game, all right? Don't let it slip. Do not let this slip. Make sure that SVP, so I'm sure he's not tired yet on SportsCenter, is talking about how big of a win this is and was for Penn State against Maryland. Or is he going to be talking about when Maryland came back and beat the 11th ranked Penn State Lions? But once again, just looking ahead, you take care of business, the rest will sort itself out. that Penn State could be right there still, at the end of the season. So, that's why they play the game, folks. They haven't signed on paper, signed on the field. So we'll see what happens. Here's some first half stats. Penn State's up 21-7 on Maryland once again. They haven't won, though, on this date, November the 4th, since 1989. And one of Maryland's 3 wins all time against Penn State, 2 of them on the road, their only home win ever against Penn State was actually on this very date as well, once again, November the 4th, 1961. So hopefully Penn State, doesn't let history repeat itself with that again. But, of course, that was then. This is now. I doubt they had 3 passing touchdowns in the first half that day. But they do today. 13-16, Drew Aller, $124 and 3 touchdowns. To 3 different receivers, I might add. One to Dante Cephas, the other to Theo Johnson, and the third time was the charm to Tyler Warren. As the fat man, Katron Allen, has 4 carries, 29 yards rushing. Singleton, much like Rey Mysterio, with a 6.19 on the carries and yards. Respectively, Lambert Smith, 5 of 60. Tyler Warren, 3 catches, 40 yards and a touchdown. Dante Cephas, 2 catches, 20 yards and a touchdown. And Theo Johnson, 2 catches, 2 yards, and a touchdown because it was on a shovel pass over the middle on a trick play. Kalen King and Bill Carter playing good, just as is the whole entire Penn State defense as a whole, with 4 sacks on Tulia Tungalovoa, 1 by Carter, the other by Johnny Dixon, and Hakeem the Dream Beeman, who had the other. Or they given a tackle for loss, technically as a sack, on and they quartered it up rather than halved it. With Curtis Jacobs, Daquan Hardy, Jalen Reed, and Devon Ellies, it looks like. Of course, Falcons good on his 3 extra points. They've only punted once, and it was on the drive that they got the turnover off of Maryland, but they couldn't capitalize on it. Tulia Tungalovoa, 22 of 25, 211 yards passing and a touchdown. They have no running game, though. None whatsoever. Technically, Maryland has 11 carries as a team for negative 4 yards rushing in the first half. Their leading receiver, 7 catches, 54 yards. Prather behind him, 2 of 45. Felton, the same stat line. Jones, 2 for 22. Howard and Smith, along with Hempy, 16, 14, and 10, and a touchdown. So, 21-7 is your halftime score. Pull up some team stats now. What do we got here? 10 first downs apiece. Both teams have been able to convert on third down. Penn State a little bit better, 4 of 5 compared to Maryland's 50% of 4 of 8. And then they, of course, remember on the opening drive, did not convert on fourth down. They're 0-1. Maryland has more passing yards, but Penn State has more rushing yards. So they lead in total yards because of the negative rushing. 5 total penalties for about 50 yards. And then the time possession, Penn State's cut that down to about 30-second differential. And would like to, of course, extend that and keep it the rest of the way by running the football and working some clock and scoring some more points and, just getting out with a win, okay? And then you can look ahead to next week and get ready for Michigan. So 21-7, Penn State leads Maryland at halftime. Thus far this week in college football, of course, because we have games now all day, every day, especially this time of year. From on Halloween to the 1st and 2nd and 3rd of the month. Here we are, November the 4th. with a pretty good slate in college football today, to say the least. Teams that won already being Central Michigan, Toledo, Bowling Green, Akron, Texas Tech, Duke, Troy, Boston College, and Wyoming, defeating respectively Northern Illinois, Buffalo, Ball State, Kent State, TCU, Wake Forest, South Alabama, Syracuse, and Colorado State. And now earlier today, we had the number one team in the country, Ohio State, now in the college football playoff rankings, defeat Rutgers 35-16 after a strong second half, as they were down 9-7 at halftime. So the Buckeyes win, get out of Piscataway with a W. Georgia Tech beat Virginia 45-17. Texas needed overtime to beat K-State 33-30. Ole Miss also won by 3 at home against A&M 38-35. Clemson beat Notre Dame 31-23. Tennessee put up 59 on UConn, winning by 56, so you can do the math, and a 59-3 win. Arkansas needed overtime as well to beat Florida on the road in the Swamp 39-36. Indiana wins for Bobby Knight 20-14 at home against Wisconsin. Michigan State beat Nebraska 20-17 as well. South Carolina defeating Jacksonville State in the Battle of the Gamecocks 38-28. North Carolina gets back in the win column as well after a few straight losses in conference play, defeating Campbell 59-7. Sam Houston State wins their first game 24-21, defeating Kennesaw State, and Temple beat Navy 32-18. Currently live in college football. In the second half, Utah is going to beat Arizona State 55-3, it looks like. Army's up on Air Force 23-3. UAB on top of FAU 35-21. University of Texas San Antonio up in Denton, taking on the Mean Green of North Texas, leading 30-13. South Florida at Memphis with a 4-point lead, 42-38. Arkansas State leading Louisiana Lafayette, 27-17. Missouri is tied with Georgia at halftime, 10-10. So that game is on CBS with the back-to-back reigning and defending national champions. Florida State now up 10-7 at Pitt. Oklahoma State leading Oklahoma 17-14 in Bedlam. And 24/7, get the gear, PennStateClothes.com for the family clothesline. Right on cue with the next game in line. No lie, Penn State at Maryland. Lions leading the Terps 21-7. Louisville leading Virginia Tech 27-3 as well. Tulane, East Carolina tied at halftime at 10. Minnesota leads Illinois by 3, 17-14. And come out of halftime. This ain't a baseball game at Wrigley Field. This is a college football game at Wrigley Field. Home of the Chicago Cubs in the Big Ten with Iowa and Northwestern. But it might as well be the AAA Iowa Cubs taking on Northwestern's baseball team, let alone the Chicago Cubs themselves, because this ain't, once again, a baseball game, folks. This is a college football game. They are tied at 0 at halftime. Talk about defense. Talk about how bad these offenses are, though. 0-0 just beginning the third quarter with Iowa and Northwestern. That's old school Big Ten football for you right there. First to 2 will win it. UMass leading Merrimack 14-7. Houston at Baylor, 7-zip Cougs on top of the Bears. UCF Cincinnati, yes, that is a Big 12 matchup, not an American Athletic Conference game or a Big East game anymore. 14-10 Knights. James Madison leading Georgia State 14-7. Old Dominion on top of Coastal Carolina 13-6. Got Auburn 17-7 leading at Vandy for Music City. Tulsa, spell it back. That's what your girlfriend is, or probably should have went for as Halloween. Leading Charlotte 17-3. Southern Miss 17-0, leading Louisiana Monroe. Hawaii's at Nevada up 10-0. And Texas State 7-3 leading Georgia Southern. Games still to come, actually just about ready to kick off. Cal and Oregon. And then later on, Louisiana Tech, Liberty, Middle Tennessee State, New Mexico State, Marshall and App State, UNLV, New Mexico, Kansas at Iowa State, Brigham Young's going to Morgantown, West Virginia. So we'll see if there's going to be any couches burnt or not. Utah State, San Diego State, Michigan, as mentioned, hosts Purdue from the Big House. Washington, USC tonight as well, should be a good game. Kentucky, Mississippi State, SMU, Rice, LSU, Alabama in the SEC, Miami, NC State, Western Kentucky, UTEP. I got some Pac-12 after dark as well. First off in the Mountain West, though, Boise State, Fresno State should be good. And then Stanford, Washington State, along with Oregon State, Colorado, and UCLA, Arizona. Shortly, we will preview next week, so stay tuned for that. But in the meantime, we're back to the action. Coming out of halftime, Penn State up 21-7 at Maryland, getting the ball to begin the second half with a 1st and 10 after this touchback. Actually, they'll return it 2 yards deep out of the end zone. Probably should have took a touchback because it was about a 10-yard difference. Rather than starting at the 25, they'll start at the 15-yard line. So 1st and 10 Penn State from there with a 21-7 lead. So I'll leave it at that, and we'll see if Penn State here can run the football, work some clock, and not do anything stupid, and hold on to this lead and just find a way to win it. So 21-7. Of course, defense going to have to make some stops, but offense still has to, do something themselves. So run the ball, work clock here. 1st and 10, they'll mark them down officially at the 17-yard line. And they will run the fat man, Katron Allen. And he gets about 5 yards, 2nd and medium. So 2nd and 5. They like running the wing tee. They like this diamond formation, though. It's basically the pistol with a back to the left and right of yourself as well. And you could really do whatever you want out of it, And it's all about some eye candy with motion if you want to work it. As they run it again, needed 5, got 6, move the sticks, 1st and 10, Penn State. So from the 27 now, 1st and 10, Penn State. And Aller looking to throw, wanted to go deep, comes back far side, dumps it off. Tight end Theo Johnson gets a 1st down at the 40-yard line. And then move the sticks again, 1st and 10, Penn State. So keep it up. Keep moving the football. You went run, pass to begin the second half. Got a 1st and 10 here at the 40. See what they do here. I'd run it again. We got new set downs. They'll throw. Wants to go deep. Has a man, overthrew him though, incomplete. 10 for Lambert Smith. There is a flag on the play though. So we'll see what the dirty laundry is here from the Zebras. Got a personal foul. Roughing the passer on Maryland. That's 15 yards, automatic 1st down. All right. So, new set of downs after the incompletion, and get back to the run game. Oh, yeah, for sure. From the 45, 1st and 10. Now they got a trips and a bunch near side after the motion. And then Katron Allen gets inside the 40 for a pickup about 6. Yeah, 2nd and 4. So keep running it. Looking to throw. Aller. Gonna pump fake and then gets rid of it. Oh. Overthrew Cephas. It's almost picked off. It falls incomplete, so they luck out. I mean, yeah. Yeah. 3rd and 4. And they've been able to convert on 3rd down today. They have. Can they do it again? But just got to keep it balanced, keep it simple, stay consistent. Play clock at 3. They get it off. They'll run it on 3rd and 4. Nothing. And then he gets them. Oh, well, we'll see what they do now because it was going to be 4th and 4 with no gain on the play. But then he pushed forward and got 3. It's 4th and a long 1. So they got an interesting decision to make here. If they want to go for it or kick a long field goal, let alone punt and pin them deep. You know, you're up 14. You can sort of do what you want. They're going to line up to go for it. They got all day on the play clock. They try to draw them off sides here. And they'll snap it. Pump fake on a pass. Has him. Throw the fucking ball. Jesus Christ, he does. Dinkins. In the flat far side. And 1st down, Penn State. The motion near side, fake the run and the pump fake. Defense bit, and he's wide open running over the middle. Top your screen in the flat, and yeah, throw him the fucking ball. He finally does, and gets a 1st down. So back to the run game now. 1st and 10 from the 20. They'll throw again. Going deep in the end zone. Saunders incomplete. Good coverage. Good coverage. They could have thrown a flag on that too if they wanted to. They didn't. I'll live with it. That's a good no call. Let him play. This is good coverage. Yeah. 2nd and 10 from the 20. Run the damn ball. And they'll run a bubble screen far side, and he gets dropped right away. Jesus Christ, 3rd and 10. Can you work some fucking clock at least after this? Earlier they were able to drive and then punch it in. Now it's they get to the 20 and they can't move. They're going to have to settle for 3 here. 3rd and 10 from the 20. I mean, you got to give them credit defensively, but, I mean, run the damn ball. And another bubble screen. Got a couple blockers, and he's going to be just short. 4th and 3. What do you do now? Go for it. Are they going to kick it? It looked like they were bringing in big boys to block. But, all right, they're going to bring field goal unit on and kick it, which is smart. Yeah, take your points. 31-yard field goal from the left hash. So he's got to, diagonal it here a little bit. Snap, hold, kick, all good. Penn State leads Maryland now 24-7 with 9:26 to play in the 3rd quarter. as they go on a 5+ minute scoring drive to begin the second half. And defense now just make some stops. Offense, just do what you've been doing and rolling. Gotta run the ball some more there, though, man. I don't know why the hell they're throwing as much as they are today, but they are. I mean, I don't know. Yeah, I just don't know why. I don't mind it, but at the same point in time, it's like when they're running the ball as good as they are, I get you want to keep defense off balance. But run the damn ball. You'd think like next week would be the week they'd want to be throwing more. I guess maybe they want to get in some sort of rhythm for what it's worth. Don't necessarily try anything new, but because they've been, for the most part, balanced in the run game and in the pass game this season. You know, they, from total plays to who's getting the carries in the backfield, they're normally split. You know, he really hasn't thrown it more than like 30, 35 at a max times a game. Of course, they still need to take shots. Yeah, the tight ends have 12 touchdowns this season total. That leads the country. But they got to get them more involved. I can't say that enough. I mean, you can't have a tight end, you know, make a couple catches for only a couple yards, whether they're touchdowns or not. Like, especially when you don't have a third receiver. And they are your third receiver. You got to get them the ball more. And the screen game and just run the damn ball. I don't get why they're throwing as much as they are today, but they are. It is what it is. But they have a lead. I'll take it. 24-7 here, early third quarter. And they drove and scored to begin the half. So, yeah, we'll see if the defense can continue to make some stops. Maybe get another turnover or two would be nice. But yeah, just don't let this game slip. You know, just find a way to win. Okay, find a way to win. Hold the lead and just get out with a win and get back home. And get out healthy. I don't want to see anybody get hurt. Penn State kicks off here. 24-7 now. So we'll see if the defense can make a few stops. So from the 25, 1st and 10. Penn State shifts on the defensive line. Maryland's going to run it. And Penn State wraps them up in the backfield for a 2-yard tackle for loss. Winston's playing his ass off today. Yeah. So 2nd and 12. He says, "You can't see me," and then pounds his chest. So I don't know what play call that is, but they bring 4 on the pressure. About 6 or so on the reception, so 3rd and medium. Penn State in the third quarter of the season, they're outscoring their opponents 97-0. And they're one of two teams, with no points allowed in the third quarter. The other, their opponent next week in Michigan. So we'll have to keep that in mind. Down he goes again on the sack. Adisa Isaac takes down Tulia Tungaloa, 4th and a mile. They'll punt. So Penn State goes on a 5+ minute scoring drive to begin the half. Maryland gets the ball back. doesn't even have the ball a minute, and they got a punt. That's how good this Penn State offense and how good this Penn State defense is. I mean, they're working clock, they're getting off the field. You know, just keep doing it, you know. But 4th and 15, Maryland punts. And Penn State lets it bounce. And it'll be down to about the 30-yard line. Still rolling for 29, make it 28. So pushing and shoving, getting chippy. See, with Penn State's old opponents that they used to play all the time, from Pitt to West Virginia to Maryland to Rutgers to Syracuse and others far and wide in between. You can say Pitt-Penn State is a rivalry if you want. I don't mind. You can say West Virginia-Penn State is a rivalry as well. I don't mind about that either. But Penn State-Maryland? Maryland fans are going to say it's a rivalry just because of the distance. Well, you know, the distance is there with Penn State and Pitt, Penn State and West Virginia as well. And Penn State, for the most part, is also own those rivalries. But in the meantime, like, when you think of Penn State, Maryland, do you think of football? Probably not, let alone any other sport for that matter. But when you think of Penn State and Pitt and Penn State and West Virginia, yeah, first thing that comes to mind is football. Just because of, like, Maryland's more white collar than Penn State and Pitt, and Penn State and West Virginia are all blue collar. And like, yeah, everybody's had each other's numbers at some point in time, no doubt about it. But like, I don't get how you can consider this a rivalry, because it's not. It flat out is not a rivalry with Penn State and Maryland. Maryland fans will, but, like, regardless if they used to play all the time or not, you know, or the distance, like, it's just not. So I'll leave it at that. I don't really know where I was going with it, but just in the meantime, during this commercial break, you know, thinking about it, and yeah, think before you speak. I did. Bear Bryant coached Maryland? No shit, I didn't know that. For 1 year, okay. That's probably why I knew he knew. 1945, right out after World War II. Huh. But no, it simply ain't. You know, it's not. So, 1st and 10, Penn State from the 29, but out of the pistol. Like if Maryland, you know, would keep it close 9 times out of 10, then maybe, regardless who would win. Because that's the thing, like, with the other matchups, as I was just mentioning, like, you knew when those two played, it was going to be a hard-fought win. That's what I'm saying. When these two play, it's either a blowout or it might be close. And then either, you know, find a way to win. There's really no in between, but it's been more blowouts than anything else with these two recently. And, you know, really throughout time. Second and 7, make it 3rd and 2. Get Omari Evans in the offense. Good to see him step up. I mean, like I said, they have depth at receiver. It's just somebody needs to, take advantage and of course play better and show they can make plays and watch a quarterback draw here on 3rd and 2 out of an empty set. Quick pass, going deep, turn around, Lambert Smith. Oh my God, he had him too. They couldn't connect. Incomplete 4th and 2. So they're gonna punt here. Yeah. So all right, field goal drive, and then they're able to move the ball there a little bit, but then drive stalls. They got to punt. But yeah, from Lambert Smith to Harrison Wallace. Yeah, Dante Cephas, Malik McLean, both transfers from Kent State and Florida State respectively. Got the Little Red Dog and Liam Clifford. Omari Evans from Killeen, Texas is somebody who, had my eye on that thought potentially could be, that 3rd receiver, but it hasn't been any of them, let alone even Caden Saunders. And they've played them. They've played them all. But no, they're just... That's why the tight end's the 3rd best receiver. It's the run game with Drew Aller at quarterback, Nick Singleton and Katron Allen at tailback. You got Lambert Smith at receiver, Harrison Wallace when he's healthy at wide receiver, but he's hurt again. And then your 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th receiver on down the line again with all those names, but nobody stepped up. And that's why with the 3 tight ends then that they've used, even though they have more depth there as well, from Theo Johnson to Tyler Warren and Khalil Dinkins, voila, there you go. I mean, you still got weapons to throw the football to, and it starts up front. You got to be able to block to run and, protect your quarterback and, of course, give them time to throw too. So, and as top-notch as his defense is, that's why as good as, that's why they are as good as they are. Yes. So, of course, rely on special teams when you need it. Kick the field goal from 31 yards. It's good. So, 24-7. Of course, you got a punt there again. But, yeah. I'll get back to the action shortly. I mean, I don't really know how much is going to happen in the second half unless Maryland comes back, puts pressure on Penn State. But, because Penn State has a lead. They're in a good spot to just not really having to do a hell of a lot, but you'd still like them to do something. Because you look at the, 2 drives there coming out of half. Once again, 5 minutes and a field goal. Got the ball back, decent field, but then, drive stalls, they got a punt. So maybe it's just, okay, it takes some time to get going again. And, that's that. I mean, they had, once again, like I said earlier, a streak of 30-plus points and however many consecutive games it was. That was snapped in the loss. They got back to 30-plus last week. We'll see if it continues again today. I really don't care if it does or not. Just find a way to fucking win. I don't care if it's by 1 point, 2 points, 3 points, 5, 10, 15, 20, on down the line. They're up 17 right now, 24-7. So just don't blow it. Hold this lead. Find a way to win. Plain and simple, end of story. I'll shut the hell up. Just this defense going to have to make another stop. So, 1st and 10. Terps from the 17. As they're down 17 with 6 minutes to play in this 3rd quarter. Penn State, they bring 4 in the pressure. It looked like they were going to bring some more, but they dropped. Then the pass far side, incomplete because he got hit. And Terps, or is that Strep? Come on, dude. What the fuck? Learn how to spell. Must be that Maryland education. I don't know. I mean, maybe Nicolas Cage has to go find his mom again on campus to figure out how to steal the Declaration of Independence. for these college kids at Maryland to learn how to fucking spell, for God's sakes. To give them something to, do. Got an offside on Penn State. That's why there's a flag on the play. They convert anyway, unless they blew it dead. It's going to be a first down because they converted. Yeah, penalties decline, first down, Terps. So, yeah, they're trying to spell Terps, but they spelled strep. Well, out in this weather with no shirts on and that, yeah, you'll probably get strep throat now. 1st and 10. Just stupidity once they come to the penalties. They clean that up. They play the way they're playing. They're, playing excellent. Like, watch the hell out. So, from the 37 now, 1st and 10. Bubble screen, far side, ball's on the ground. And then they say incomplete. So, rather than an interception, let alone a catch and a fumble, they're going to say incomplete. Boom, hit him right as he caught it. Knocking the ball out in the meantime, yeah, falls incomplete. So 2nd and 10. And Daquan Hardy's been playing his ass off all fucking season long. Really stepped up in the secondary. Of course, he had his couple punt returns for touchdowns recently too. But 2nd and 10, Tulia Tungalovoa getting pressure. Ooh, boom. Pass incomplete in the meantime. Yeah. They might want to play their head off the fucking swivel at this point because they're coming. So 3rd and 10 here for Maryland. Here comes more pressure. Yep. And they almost get to him. There's a flag on the play. They almost get to him again. Another flag on the play. He throws it deep. It's going to be incomplete. So 4th down, but we have 2 penalties on the play. We'll see what they are. One might be hands to the face. The other might be a hold. Yeah. Holding on Maryland, 10 yards. Penalties decline because of the incompletion. Still 4th down Maryland. They'll punt again. Penn State's getting the ball back up. 24-7 here with 5 minutes and change to play in the 3rd quarter. Yeah, everybody was holding up front. And then that one too, yeah. Incompletion anyway, so, yeah. Decline it. 4th down. Maryland to punt. And it'll be down inside the 20 at about the 12. So 1st and 10, Penn State from there with 5:10 to play in the 3rd quarter, up 24-17. Can they run the ball? Can they work clock? Defense done their job this 2nd half. Offense is only 3 points to show for it, so we'll see. But preview next week in college football, since we got some time, if it loads. Of course, Maryland will be at Nebraska, and Penn State will be hosting Michigan, as the big dog has joined us. What are you doing, buddy? Huh? Come here. Come here, lay down. What's up? I love you, you know that? Hmm? There you go. I'm tired. Lay down, take a nap. We'll go outside after this game gets over, okay? Give you a couple treats too. Give you a couple more if Penn State holds on to win. How about that? Where were we? Next week in college football, yes. if it wants to load. Maybe, maybe not. But Fox has already announced big noon kickoff pregame show. Will be live in State College in Happy Valley for Penn State, Michigan. Like I said, we'll see about ESPN College Game Day next week. It all just really depends on what happens this week. What of course other good games there are next week as well. If it loads, I'll let you know what those are officially. I don't know why it's not working right, but no. Just for Penn State, man, I don't even know if they're with the lead already looking ahead or not. I'd hope not. I mean, they might be, with how bad they're not necessarily playing offensively, but just they haven't done much. Defense still doing their job, still making stops. So, of course, in the meantime, we'll continue to update some scores from today's games as the other game watching right now. Yeah, Missouri's got Georgia right where they want them at, and that's interesting. But even with that, let alone other teams ahead of Penn State, and you want some help, you still got to take care of business yourself. So, Fat Man on 1st and 10 for Penn State from the 12, gets the give, hits the hole, and off to the races he went to the 31-yard line. So, good 20-yard pickup up the middle, 1st and 10, Nittany Lions. And a handoff again to him for about a yard or so. So, we'll get back to these scores if they ever fucking load. They might not. Hopefully they do. But that's out of my hands for the time being. In the meantime, thanks for tuning in and watching. Penn State leads 24-7 here, 4:09 and counting to play in the third quarter. And complete far side. Cephas lowers the shoulder. First down, Penn State. So he's stepping up. Yeah. Get back to the run game. I'm telling you, run the damn ball. Everybody wants splash plays, but you can still hit a splash play on a run. Pass far side. Warren slipped and fell. Incomplete. So 2nd and 10, 3-2-1 to play now in the third quarter. Yeah, run the damn ball. Work clock. The more you run it, better chance in the long run you're going to have, or really overall, you don't know how the run's going to turn out, to break one, and then it's off to the races, in a foot race, and you're in the end zone. 2nd and 10 from the 42. Run the damn ball. Why the fuck are you throwing? Complete near side to Cephas at midfield. 3rd and short. Jesus Christ, you have a 3-score lead. Late third quarter. Run the ball. 3rd and 2. Out of the pistol. They will run it up the middle, and they'll get the first down. So keep pounding the rock. Keep running it. I'm telling you, work this clock. You score again, game's over. You know, unless they, have a miracle awaiting them in this fourth and final quarter of play coming up for Maryland. Just, you score again, game's fucking over. Like with touchdown. Field goal, I mean, 3 scores would win it for them if they'd get hot. But they need, if you'd score a touchdown, you're up 31-7. 3 scores and a field goal just to tie. Meaning they need 4 scores to win it. So, and that's tough, especially when they haven't done much. And time ain't on their side. So, pass complete near side to Theo Johnson. 4, maybe 5 yards if he's lucky. Second down, but run the damn ball. Oh my God. I can't state that enough. Run the fucking football. So 2nd and 6. And a pass far side complete. He's got a blocker. Lambert Smith gets a Penn State first down at the 34. So they'll move the 6 again. Keep it going. But I'm telling you, run the football. This will probably be the final play of the third quarter that Penn State has completely controlled. Either they've only scored 3 points, Maryland nothing. 21-7 halftime lead, of course. That's why we sit at 24-7, but time possession. They've worked the clock, and they'll run it again up the middle, about 5 yards or so. Second down coming up. And then we got the final seconds of the third quarter tick off. No hurry. You don't need to snap it. So we hit the fourth quarter with Penn State leading Maryland 24-7. They'll switch ends. Keep working the clock. You score again, this game's over. I mean, hell, shit, it might be over already as it is, okay? But, defense still gonna, need another stop or two to for sure put it away. So, leave it at that. We'll see if this is updated in the meantime. It looks like it has, thank God. It wouldn't load a minute ago, but now here we are. Don't you just love technology? It's good, but also sucks when you need to be good. But update some scores first off from today. As Georgia's come back. Florida State still having trouble at Pitt. Oklahoma's leading Oklahoma State. Illinois, Minnesota, and a good one on the Big Ten Network. We finally had some points scored at Wrigley. And then the night games are about to kick off. But in the meantime now, next week in college football, we'll have some midweek games once again as Black Friday deals commence. 50% off HopeKThrifts as well. Links in the description below, so be sure to check it out. But Ball State, Northern Illinois, Central Michigan, Western Michigan, and then Ohio, Buffalo, along with Akron, Miami, Bowling Green, Kent State, and Eastern Michigan, Toledo, all on next Wednesday. Virginia, Louisville, Southern Miss, Louisiana, Lafayette next Thursday night. North Texas, SMU, and Wyoming, UNLV next Friday night. On Veterans Day next Saturday, shout out to the troops. Any former, current, or future military men and women, thank you for your service in the Army, Navy, Air Force, Marines, and Coast Guard. Thank you. And next Saturday on Veterans Day, we'll have Ole Miss, Georgia, Miami, Florida State, Utah, Washington, USC, Oregon, Texas, TCU, West Virginia, Oklahoma, Tennessee, Missouri, Florida, LSU, Stanford, Oregon State, Arizona State, UCLA, Texas Tech, Kansas, Oklahoma State, UCF, Baylor, Kansas State, Indiana, Illinois, Rutgers, Iowa should be interesting, Minnesota, Purdue, Northwestern, Wisconsin, Arizona, Colorado, Georgia Tech, Clemson, Duke and North Carolina in football, not basketball, even though college basketball season is beginning, NC State, Wake Forest, Cincinnati, Houston, and then Georgia Southern, Marshall. All those currently are kicks still to be determined. We don't know what time those games are at the moment. We'll know by tomorrow. But Penn State hosts Michigan next Saturday at noon. So be sure to tune back in live right here on YouTube. Then for those live watch along reactions, live right here on YouTube. So we come back from break. Fourth quarter to begin. Penn State leading Maryland 24-7. And that was Penn State's 9th straight game with no points allowed in the third quarter, which leads the FBS as they lead 24-7 here. Knocking on the door, looking to extend their lead here, up 17, 24-7 to begin the fourth quarter, and they got a second and a fourth from the 28-yard line. Drew Aller out of the gun. Penn State left to right now across the television screen right now, looking to throw. Why, I don't know, but he has a man and he threw it behind him, incomplete. Run the fucking football. Why are you throwing? I mean, good God. So 3rd and 4 now, Penn State. Can you get another first down? Can this drive stay alive? Or are you going to have to settle for another field goal? From the 28, 3rd and 4. And they better go. Play clock winding down. They do snap it. Run it up the middle on 3rd and 4. Something they probably should have done on 2nd and 4. Now they got a 4th and 2. Kick it. Take your points. Kick it. Now they're going to fucking go for it. They are so fucking ass backwards today. What the hell? I mean, I get you have a lead. You know, you can really do what you want, but just kick the fucking field goal. You don't need to go in for this here. They'll go for it, though. 4th and 2. They convert, luckily. Tyler Warren in the flat near side. So they've gone to the tight ends a lot today, thank God. And they've gone to him on 4th down, too. And they've converted. So drive stays alive, but run the damn ball, please. You're in the red zone, punch it in. You should have just kicked it there for one, but I mean, I get you want to be consistent. You want to, keep your momentum and rhythm on your side. But just think, you don't convert there. They still got a whole quarter to potentially come back, and that could, looking back on it, ahead of time, could be where the game changed. That's why. Like, there's no reason for you to be going for it there, but they do, because, they can if they want. Regardless of analytics, analytics can kiss my ass. It's called common sense. It's called momentum. But it all just depends on the situation, though, really. It does. But, yeah, it is what it is. They convert, so luckily they did, and that's that. So they got a 1st and 10. And we go back to commercial break because we've got an injured player on the field. So hopefully he's okay, but Penn State have a 1st and quarter, so field goal might be over at this. It might be over now as it is, for all we know. But that's where we stand. So we'll get back to the action shortly. Coming back from commercial break here again, and in the meantime, also next week in college football, we were talking about Bear Bryant coaching at Maryland. A couple of his other former teams he's coached square off next week in the Bluegrass State. It'll be Alabama and Kentucky. So we'll probably be watching that alongside Michigan and Penn State. And then, see what else is on at noon, because there's a lot of games still to be determined on kick times. But got Tulsa and Tulane next week as well. Holy Cross going to go to Army. Maryland, Nebraska is mentioned from Lincoln. Got Vandy in South Carolina, Virginia Tech, Boston College is always seemingly good. Temple, South Florida, Old Dominion, Liberty. UConn, James Madison, Memphis and Charlotte, App State, Georgia State, Troy and Louisiana Monroe. Sam Houston State just won their first game today. They traveled to Louisiana Tech, Nevada, Utah State, Florida National, Tennessee State, New Mexico State, Western Kentucky, Pitt and Syracuse on the gridiron, not on the hardwood. UAB, Navy, Texas State, Coastal Carolina, got Auburn and Arkansas, Washington State, Cal, East Carolina, Florida Atlantic, Arkansas State, South Alabama, San Diego State, Colorado State, Michigan State and Ohio State, Mississippi State, Texas A&M, Rice and UTSA, New Mexico and Boise State, Iowa State, BYU, and then Fresno State and San Jose State. And next Saturday night from the islands, we'll have Air Force and Hawaii. But Penn State now 1st and 10. 14-14 and counting to play, up 24-7. Ball 15-yard line. Run the damn ball. They're going to throw again. Fade. Far side in the end zone. It's caught. Cephas again. Touchdown. We are Penn State. His second of the afternoon. This our shit. This our shit. And victory we predict for thee. Penn State going to beat Maryland here, it looks like, today. With 4 passing touchdowns and a field goal. Extra point to come. And they're still going to run the ball, but I don't get why they're not running the ball just to work clock here in the second half. But here's the extra point, which is up and good. Penn State leads Maryland now 31-7. 13:55 to play. Both teams all still have all 3 timeouts remaining, but I think, this game, don't want to say it's over just yet, but it's seemingly over. Because it ain't over until the triple zeros on the clock, because you don't know if they're going to come back or not, at any point in time. So, defense still going to have to make some stops. Another turnover or 2 would be nice. I mean, they've sacked Tagovailoa how many damn times today? So, they're also giving Michigan some more to prepare for next week with all these passes they might add too. So, we'll see how next week turns out, because like I said, going to the Ohio State game, are they going to be the saw, or are they going to run into a buzzsaw? Same thing for next week. And, I mean, it comes down to a couple plays here and there, So, still don't want to look ahead next week just yet because this game ain't over yet. But Maryland, with the loss today, they're going to drop 4 straight after 5-0 start. That's up and down. That's inconsistent, whether it's, you thought they were as good as they were or not. And they're going downhill. And they're going to continue to slide. Losing by 24 now. So, right now with a live bet, of course, it's 8.5 early and over/under at 49.5. Tagovailoa far side, pass high, incomplete. Penn State's covering and the under's hitting for anybody interested. And fewest net rushing yards all time for Maryland. Today they have -51, and the all time is -58 against Navy back in 1965. So let's see if this Penn State defense can get a couple more sacks, let alone stop the run. Tackles for loss. Get him above. Oh, he had the pick. Carter. You use two hands, you probably pick that off. He tried to use one to knock it down. But if he picks it off, he's probably off to the races in the end zone for a pick six. But yeah, so 3rd and 10 now after the incompletion. But this has been Penn State's game from the start. I mean, a fast start. You know, the only bad, I think, that happened today were penalties early that, you know, gave up 7 to Maryland. And then, I mean, okay, play calling questionable here and there. They run a pass back near side, out of bounds on 4th down. They'll punt again. I mean, shit, they might even go for it at this rate. I mean, you don't get it, though. Game's for sure over. Yeah, they get penalties, scoring drive, the block punter, and then the hold later, the corn, and then as Maryland will go for here, 4th and 7 from their own fucking 28-yard line. 13-16 to play. They got all day on the play clock again, and they've used it all day too. Really used it down to the wire before snapping the ball. They're gonna pooch punt it. Now they'll get it off. And then Tulia's pass incomplete near side, so turnover on downs. Oh, come on, another fucking flag on the play. Just as I bring up penalties from earlier, here we go again with the fucking refs. And Penn State saying uncatchable. Yeah. So the flag must be against Penn State on a defensive hold or a pass interference. Pick it up. Now they say pass interference on Penn State, 15 yards, automatic first down. It'll be a spot foul, automatic first down. All right. So their drive stays alive. I think they're just going to try to keep Maryland in this game for a little while longer. Where the fuck's the penalty on that? Jesus Christ. You fucking blind? 1st and 10 from the 39. And there's been 38 total points scored in this game. Tungalovoa going to get sacked again, and then the ref almost caught it, but then Maryland converts. Got another flag on the play. Jesus Christ, and he's hurt too, holding his left knee. He's going to get up and limp off. But probably late hit on Penn State, it looks like. Got a personal foul, roughing the passer on Penn State. And contact to the head of the quarterback, so 15 yards, automatic first down. And any other time they'd be looking at that for targeting, you know, be under review. Where's the penalty on this? Oh, come on. Are you serious? You gotta be joking. You want to throw a flag on this play, that play, and every fucking play, don't you? Just to say you guys, you know, actually did something. They run a bubble screen, get a first down at the 30. Remember, this drive was over back at the 30 of Maryland. Now they're the 30 of Penn State because of more penalties, just like their scoring drive was because of Penn State penalties on defense. Drive stays alive. That's really been the only, you know, downside to Penn State today. Defensive penalties, shooting themselves in the foot. And then, okay, they took points, which, okay, I do the same thing. They get another first down at the 15. How the hell did he not step out? And now he's down at the 1. Go back and look at that. He stepped out at like 10-yard line, if not sooner. No way he's down at the 1. What the fuck? The TV just went out. Come on, Fox. I must have a ghost. My TV just fucking shut off by itself. And Maryland, in the meantime, scores. They obviously don't want me to fucking see the score, let alone see if he stepped out or not. I guess he didn't because they ran the play from the 1 yard line, and then they score. So that drives because of Penn State defensive penalties, and the touchdowns because of Penn State defensive penalties. They're going to go for 2 to make it 31-15. So, all right. Defense going to have to make a stop here. Because then if they're down 31-15, they're down 16. They need to score twice with 2 2-point tries to tie it. Flag on the play again with the pass incomplete. So they don't convert. Tries no good. But, yeah, let me guess. Penalties against Penn State's defense again. Come on. And boos from the crowd, and rightfully so. Pass interference on Penn State. Jesus Christ. It'd be half the distance, so they'll spot it out the 1.5 yard line for this 2-point try again. You gotta be joking, man. You gotta be kidding me. What else is coming that you know you're trying to keep them in the game? You're just going to give them the ball at the 25 yard line rather than have them kick an onside kick and see if they even get it or not? Jesus Christ. Maryland going to go for 2 again. And out of the eye. Trouble with the snap, but he hands off and they dive into the end zone and the try is good. Ball's out late, but he was already in. It's good. 31-15 with 11:27 to play. So this Penn State offense is going to have to move the ball and, you know, work some clock and hope to score again. You know, and throwing it all that time going to come back to bite them here because they didn't fucking run the ball and they should have and work clock. Jesus Christ. And because of the refs, I'm not blaming the refs, but I'm blaming the refs. Both Maryland touchdown drives, as we see the Pacific Life whale commercial, so sing along with it. But, yeah, Penn State's going to have to run the football, work clock to seal the win. But, yeah, both of Maryland's touchdown drives have resulted because of Penn State defensive penalties that were iffy. Like, come on, man. You're letting them play, but then, you know, for whatever reason, oh, we're just going to throw a flag here, flag there. And they just happen to be, coincidence or not, my ass, just happen to be on Penn State's defense every fucking time when Maryland's, you know, trying to drive and score. Because they don't throw the penalties there. Maryland went 3 and out back at the 30-yard line. Penn State's got a short field, probably would have scored by now, let alone, you know, whether it be a field goal or a touchdown. You're up 34-38-7, you know, and then we're still at commercial break here. But no, drive stays alive. They drive and score. It's 31-15 now because they go for 2 and don't get it. But, oh, wait, there's another penalty, and then they get it. So it's 31-15. Jesus Christ. Fuck you. You know, like, come on, man. So, update some stats. But it's Penn State. Run the damn ball, all right? Like, do not let it slip. All right, we're back live. Sorry for the technical difficulty there as well with the buffer disconnect and reconnect. Yeah, we're good. Okay. But yeah, in the meantime, TV went off too, as I was saying. Turned it back on, and Maryland scored. So, they score, they get the 2, they're going to kick off. They're going to hope to get a defensive stop for sure. So Penn State's going to have to be smart with some play calls here. It's called run the football. Work clock. Make them call their timeouts. Get a couple first downs. I don't know if you can go on an 11-minute drive by any means, but, they've gone on some 5-6 minute drives today. So if they can half it and score, okay, that makes up for it, whether that's a field goal or touchdown. Because we're at a 2-score game, with it being 16 points. Technically it's 3, but, 2 touchdowns and 2-point attempts. That's our successful is tie game. And Singleton off to the races, out past midfield on the kickoff return. And there you go. Like to see that. And now they got a short field and 1st and 10. Looked like he was going to be gone there for a minute. From the 8-yard line on the return. Good block. Hit the hole. And end up pushing him out of bounds about the 45-yard line or so. So 1st and 10, Penn State. Run the football. How hard is it to run the football? Well, we'll see if they can, you guessed it, run the football when they need to here and work clock. Yeah, from the 41-yard line officially. 1st and 10, Penn State. Run the damn ball, I'm telling you. Why are you throwing? Okay, slant's caught. They get a first down for 20. Lambert Smith, but then he's slow to get up. Of course he's hurt. He's holding his left knee. And he's our leading receiver, of course. This happens on a play when, once again, he should have been running the fucking ball. And they have depth at receiver, but nobody has stepped up behind him. Nobody. So somebody's going to have to. They're going to have to get these tight ends more involved. But then if they don't, they're going to be one-dimensional with the run game. And then if they can't run the ball, they're fucked. Why are you throwing it for one? I don't care if you got the first down or not. Because now you got somebody injured. And you should have been fucking running the ball. 11:06 to play. Penn State's up 31-15. So I'll take another commercial break. So here's some stats. Drew Aller's 25 of 33, 240 yards passing, and 4 touchdowns. 2 to Dante Cephas, the others to Theo Johnson and Tyler Warren. The Fat Man has 13 carries for 81 yards rushing. Singleton 7 of 22. Drew Aller has a couple carries for 28 yards as well, I might add. And then Lambert Smith just went down injured. 8 of 95. But with that catch for 20 plus, should put him over the century mark. Cephas 6 of 53 and 2 scores. Tyler Warren 4 catches, 51 yards and a touchdown. Theo Johnson 4 catches, 19 yards and a touchdown. Dinkins has a catch for 16 yards. Omari Evans 1 for 5. They're trying to work the screen game as well, but nothing to show for. Defense has made stops. But, yeah, man, run the damn ball and work clock. So, be 1st and 10 Penn State, but you said earlier, on top of all this, just get out healthy. But no. he seems to be okay after injury scare, but 1st and 10 now from the 21. And Aller looking to throw again in the end zone to his tight end, Tyler Warren. He caught it as he was going out of bounds, but because of the bobble, because he ran out of space, should have been caught for a touchdown, but it falls incomplete. So, what? 2nd down and 10 now, yeah. Just lobbed it up there for him. Had it, and then dropped it. And then caught it as he was like 5 yards out of bounds, but that doesn't count if you're not in the field of play. Run the damn ball from the 21. And Aller, quarterback draw. All right, you got 9, 3rd and a yard. Run it again. Get a 1st down. Work this clock. Come on. And out of the wing tee. They'll run it here, but what side they running it to? And they'll sneak it up the middle. 1st down, Penn State. All right. Under 10 to play now. You score, unless you give them another touchdown. You know, should be over. And we want the Lion, so say the Lion fans that made the trip. 1st and goal, they'll break the huddle and go hurry up and run the wing tee again. And like I said, what side they running? They got all day on the fucking play clock. Work this play clock. Oh my God, hand off to Allen. And he'll be pushed inside the 5. Powell's still pushing. He's in the end zone. Touchdown, Penn State. 37-15. And they finally score. Now got some pushing and shoving. But they finally scored a touchdown on the ground today. Had 4 passing touchdowns. That's the first rush for 6 from 10 yards out. And he's got some good blocking. Boom. And then the Powell just kept pushing. He should have been down at the 5, but then they kept pushing him into the end zone touchdown. Of course, they had the field goal as well. Here's the extra point. So Penn State's going to be up 38-15 here with under 10 to play. So, yeah, might be over again here unless they, give Maryland another, how's that not a penalty? Thank you. Plays a touchdown, unsportsmanlike conduct after the play. How's that on Penn State? How is that on Penn State? They fucking pushed and shoved. They always get the person who retaliates, don't they? Good God. They got to clean up these penalties. They have to clean up these penalties if they want to, find ways to win more down the stretch. You're not going to be able to play like this with all the penalties and then, regardless of your opponent, be in this spot or not. So there's a penalty after the play. Touchdown was good. Extra point as well. So, yeah, 38-15. But, and okay, 2 straight games now, 30-plus again, for that matter. But, going to have 15 yards on the kickoff. So they'll kick off from like the 20. So Maryland's going to get some good field. And then you have of course the refs with their penalties in general. Just are they going to be calling more or not? And is Penn State's defense going to make stops or not? So yeah, I guess I'll leave it at there. Leave it at that. There's really not much else to be said. 38-15. Fat man 9 yards short. One on the touchdown. But I mean, but they've controlled the clock, especially in the second half. It's just the penalties. The penalties have been killers. So it's perspective on if you're not doing as much as you are and you still have all these penalties, then you're up shit creek without a paddle. Like, you might get away with it for a little bit, but it might catch up to you before too long. Like, they got to clean up the penalties. And it's not because of this opponent or that opponent. It's just plain and simple football. Like, you can't be doing anything stupid. But then if it's especially against a good team, they're going to make ass pay. So 38-15 here with under 10 to play. Maryland get the ball back, but Penn State should hold on to win this at this rate. I mean, it was like, okay, if Maryland can get a stop, we might have ourselves a ball game, but no, Penn State drives and scores again. So I said earlier, Maryland just going to be playing catch up the rest of the game. It feels like, and that's what they're doing. And both scoring drives, remember, because of Penn State defensive penalties. If there's not that, they're getting shut out right now, just as they did last year. So it is 38-15. There's the Nittany Lion being carried into the stands. And like I said earlier, is this a Penn State home game or a Penn State away game? Might add, the 2024 schedules came out the other day for the Big Ten. We'll talk more about those at the end of the season when the time is right, okay? Because Penn State still has at least 4 more games, if not more, after today's game, okay? So I'll leave it at that. But still one game at a time. And we'll get to 24 when we're done with 23. But first and 10 Maryland now after the kickoff. And after the penalty and the kickoff, first and 10 Terps at the midfield. I mean, that's a big penalty. You got a short field now, so. I mean, they still got time and timeouts. I mean, they can make some noise, but picked off. Dom DeLuca down the sideline, 30, 25, push out at the 20. There's a flag on the play, though. So that's another turnover by Maryland. Yeah, penalties decline because it's on Maryland. First and 10, Penn State. Put the fucking backups in and run the ball and win this game. Because then that also gets them, some quality playing time, some quality reps, and you build towards the future. But we are Penn State, and they're going to get to 12-0 since the start of last season, when they forced multiple turnovers, and now they're plus 14 in the turnover margin this season, which still currently leads the country. That's how good this defense is. DeLuca, I thought he was going to return it like he did against Delaware. I mean, he must have something against the teams in the Mid-Atlantic. But Dom DeLuca on the interception. And Penn State's now got a first and 10 at the 20-yard line, knocking on the door in the red zone. Bo Perbula in at quarterback, and he gets 5 yards Make it 4, they say, to the 16. They'll say his knee was down first. So, second down. 2nd and 6. And with Perbula in a quarterback, they're going to run for sure, yeah. I mean, he might throw. We'll see to who. And, we'll see who at receiver steps up. Perbula will hand off. Singleton going to lose 3 yards, 3rd down. The fat man is the better of the 2 backs. He is. When last year it was Singleton. This year it's the opposite. But then they have Trey Potts. We've seen Tank Smith. They got some true freshmen that are redshirting that we won't see, but 3rd and 8 from the 18. Can you go more than 2 yards after an interception and get some points or not? Perbula gonna throw in the end zone, a little too much, incomplete. 10 for Lambert Smith. Okay, he's back out there, he's fine. 4th down. I mean, do you kick the field goal? People would be saying you're running up the score, but I mean, there's still a bunch of time left here. They will kick the field goal. Because, I mean, hell, you could go for it, but take your points. 35-yard field goal here by Falcons. He was good from 31 earlier. And kicks up and good. So Penn State now leads Maryland 41-15 with 7:37 to play. So they'll take a quick commercial break and we'll get back to the action shortly. Yep. So Penn State kicks off again and touchback. So 1st and 10 Terps with 7 and change to play again. Fumble, ball's on the ground. Penn State has it. Vandenberg from South Africa. Penn State's getting the ball back again with 7:32 to play. So the offense, get your ass back out there and score some more points. Just run the ball. Just run the ball. Tony Rojas up the middle. True freshman from Fairfax, Virginia, with a strip sack, and Vandenberg at D tackle recovers it. And Rojas might have just burned his red shirt, I might add, too. Even though coming in the season, they figured he probably would. Penn State now plus 15 in the turnover margin this season, which still leads the FBS. So 1st and 10, Penn State now from the 26-yard line. Perbula still in at quarterback here. Trip, stop your screen. Run the damn ball. Run Potts. They'll run a screen with them. Oh, my God. Incomplete. Run the football. Why are you throwing? You are up 41-15. I get you have backups in. I get you want to, get them some time. Get them accustomed to this play call or that play call in real game time situations. But the play calling today, it's been pass heavy. I think more than it's ever been under James Franklin. 2nd and 10 for Buell on a quarterback keeper up the middle on a draw to the 20. So 3rd and 4 coming up, 3rd and 5, they say, all right, but run the damn ball. There's no need to be throwing as much as they are today. There's not. But like I said earlier, unless they're trying to just build up some rhythm, okay, we want to throw it more than run it. Of course, give Michigan, more to prepare for, okay. For Buell looking to throw, going to tuck it and run. He's short, 4th and a yard. Do you kick it again, or do you go for it here? You probably go for this. I mean, it's on a 4th and 8. And you don't want to, be considered as running up the score. But when they can't stop you, it's not running up the score. Especially if you're running the football down their throat. So 4th and a yard here, run the damn ball. They're going to wind this play clock down, call a timeout with about 5:58 to play. And there you go with the timeout. Yeah, on the dot. 5:58 to play. Penn State burns their first timeout, and they got a 4th and a yard coming up. And they take another split screen 30-second commercial. So we'll get back to the action shortly. So they're going to go for it on 4th and a yard. Out of the wing tee. And they'll sneak it. And they push the pile, and Perbula gets the first down. Keep running it. Keep running it. And got an injured Terp. So clock will stop in the meantime. Hopefully he's okay. I mean, yeah, Maryland's 2 scoring drives because of a lot of Penn State defensive penalties. But remember, Talia Tagovailoa did start, perfect, like 18 of 18. Just think about it, though. I mean, if John Condo's at center and Boomer Esiason's, playing quarterback, maybe they score some more points. I don't know. But Penn State's just a better team, defense with 3 turnovers. They couldn't capitalize off the one. The second one, they got a field goal. This third one, the drive's continuing. And then you have 4 passing touchdowns and a rushing touchdown and 2 field goals for your 41 points today. I mean, yeah, and you've only given up 15. Other than the penalties that they still need to clean up, Penn State, for the most part, played a damn near perfect game today. They punted twice as well, but they're throwing it more than we're used to seeing, especially on this down or that down. it's been pass heavy today. I think it would have been, more run, especially with the lead and working the clock, but obviously not. Out of the wing tee, though, running again. Is that Tank Smith in there? Yes, it is. And just let him plow forward. From Penn Hills. Yeah, you want to talk about a bowling ball? I say Jalen Warren's a bowling ball of a bulldozer with the Pittsburgh Steelers. Tank Smith's like a fucking rock. Okay? More so of a boulder. He doesn't get in much. He's always, standing still on the sideline, helping out in the running back room. They fake it on the play action. Buell going to get sacked. God damn, you got to get rid of it. But when he gets in, he's just going to roll forward. He's just going to keep moving. Yeah, he is. He had a good block there. But then pressure up the middle ended up getting Buell because then they, covered well. Now 3rd and 22. Jesus Christ. And then what do you do on 4th down? Do you kick the field goal or, do you go for it? 3rd and 22, from the 27. They need a 5-yard line. So they sort of got a score on one of these next two plays. Quarterback draw, and did I hear a whistle? Did they blow that dead? No? They'll wind it. He didn't get out of bounds. 4th and probably 12, if that. Yeah. Only got 5 yards, not 10 yards. 4th and 17. So they'll drain the play clock again, call another timeout, and then decide on if they want to go for it or not. They'll probably kick the fucking field goal. And then people will say they're running up the score. But, credit to their defense. They made them... they stopped them. They made them kick a field goal. So, Falcons from 39, kicks up and good. Penn State now leads Maryland 44-15. So, yeah, Penn State's going to cover. The over's going to hit. And, hey, at the end of the day, a win's a win. I don't care what it took, as long as you find a way to win, And they did. Started with a fast start, and they never really looked back. It's been, Penn State's game, the whole entire way. Maryland cut it to 7, 14-7. But then it was 31-7, 31-15. And now they scored another, 13 unanswered on top of that. So just as Maryland does something, Penn State does even more. Little or not, they do more. So, yeah, 44-15 is your score here. A couple minutes to play, and then we'll wrap up. But Penn State on the kickoff. See what Maryland does. But that's what I was saying earlier, Maryland or people in general just want to consider this a rivalry, but no, it's not. It's not. Yeah, I've been saying that. They seem like they can beat everybody else in the Big Ten. They can't beat Ohio State or Michigan. And they lost the Buckeyes. They host the Wolverines next week, so we'll see what happens. But from the 25, Maryland with a backup quarterback in, hands off, loss of 3. As Maryland lost 3 straight games coming into the day after their 5-0 start, but they're going to now drop 4 straight and lose again. So, from the 22, second and long, pass picked off. Rojas on the return, and down to the 13-yard line, number 13 goes with 2:12 to play, and Penn State, I'd say if there was more time, they could probably score again, but they're not going to. Because Maryland, even with three timeouts, they're not gonna stop the clock because they know they can't. Dun 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 P dun 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 S dun 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 U dun 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 let's go PSU. And that's the 4th turnover now today by Maryland. And Penn State's what, plus 16 in the turnover margin this season? Yeah. 1st and 10. Fabiola still in at quarterback. Run it. If they can't fucking stop you and you score 50 plus on their ass, so fucking be it. They're going to throw far side. Potts pushed out of bounds after a 5-yard pickup. 2nd down and medium. Da 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 P da 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 S da 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 U da 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 let's go PSU. As they're celebrating, we'll see what this offensive play call is here on 2nd and 4. Run it. Run the damn ball. You don't need to be throwing. And they're going to throw again. Oh, he had him. Tyler Warren on a one-handed catch, and he dropped it. Incomplete 3rd and 4. I mean, people are going to say they're running up the score because they're throwing if they do score, but you have a backup quarterback in, and they still can't fucking stop them. You know? So, like, better watch out for those signs. Connor Stallions is probably watching, even though he just got fired. He probably can still give him intel. So 3rd and 4, Penn State here from the 6. Fabiola, quarterback drop, the middle, and he scores. Touchdown Penn State, and they crack 50. 50-15, extra point to come. And hopefully, you know, nobody's dyslexic. You know, you got a 51-15 score. Look at it either way. You can flip-flop it. But, yeah, victory we predict for thee and fight on state. I mean, they've hit the line. They're rolling up the score. And, yeah, fight on, fight on. Penn State with the extra point up and good. 51-15 against a good 5-win Maryland team, even though they've lost 3 straight. Penn State, hey, pedal to the metal. You can't stop us, your loss. You know, I mean, another fucking flag, Jesus Christ. And a penalty on Maryland that time. So, I mean, I could understand why people are saying, you know, or will be saying they're running with the score, but nowadays, I mean, you want to talk about quality wins, or you want to talk about style points, or this or that. I mean, they had a backup quarterback in. Seemingly all backups on offense for one, but especially the backup quarterback. You're just running your plays, whether they're runs or throws. And whether you're executing them or not, the defense still has to stop your ass. And then the touchdown, they ran it. They didn't stop them. So it's a touchdown, okay? That's what happened against West Virginia week 1. And then Neil Brown said what he said afterwards. Well, it's not running up the score when they're running the fucking football down your throat and you still can't fucking stop them. Okay? Jesus Christ. There's the difference right there. We'll get to that stat in a minute. Oh my God. That's like a fucking, you know, 200-yard difference. But now Penn State's going to kick off from midfield, and they'll just squib it down the middle. Maryland falls on it because remember that penalty was against Maryland. I mean, we kicked off from the 35, how many times? 20, now midfield. Like, I feel like we've seen a little bit of everything in this game other than a fucking safety and a defensive touchdown. As we almost had, remember that blocked punt. But, yeah. And people will say, too, well, karma's a bitch. It'll catch up to him eventually. Well, I mean, it might not. It's just one of those. I mean, yeah, they lost to Ohio State, lost to a better team. Remember, one-score game though, and they had a defense touchdown get called back because of the penalty. And they had how many defense penalties again today too? Clean up defense penalties. I mean, start there. You're playing the way you're playing. You're fine. Quick bubble screen complete near side. They wrap him up in the backfield for a tackle for loss. And Maryland's got a second down here coming up. Minute 11 to play and counting. So, yeah. Big road win for Penn State. But regardless of the margin of victory, they still got a big game next week, the week after that, and the week after that to end the regular season. So I said they still got at least 3 more regular season games, 4 total, if not more, depending on what happens. Okay? Because Oklahoma, as I say this, literally just lost again. Okay? They're ranked ahead of Penn State in the college football playoff rankings. As Florida State's going to beat Pitt, but you look at the overall rest of the top 10. Of course, other teams in action today as well, and still some to kick off. But, earlier we saw both Texas and Ole Miss barely win at home by 3. That should do it for the final play of the game. 3, 2, 1, win. Penn State beats Maryland 51-15. Post-game handshakes with James Franklin and Mike Locksley. Just a quick brotherly hug. Nothing said. James Franklin post-game interview. See what he's got to say. A dominant performance. They did play very good complementary football. They're basic, fundamentally sound. They're able to run the football. Penn State's 8-1, first time since 2019. Yeah, I mean, they scored it which way. And yeah, from 4 passing touchdowns to a rushing touchdown, from a running back, a rushing touchdown from a quarterback, a couple field goals. Defense had 4 turnovers. Yeah, and it starts up front, I mean, the protection and the pressure. And Annie's going to get a smile again, as she did a couple weeks ago. And they're going to celebrate this win. They'll move on to Michigan starting tomorrow. As the normal practice schedule is after a game on Saturday, regardless of victory or not, they practice on Sunday and they're off Monday. It always used to be they're off Sunday, practice Monday through the week then, and then play. But Penn State wins it 51-15 over Maryland today. Technically, they're now 43-3-1 against the Terps. They don't allow history to repeat itself, I might add. As remember, as I said earlier, the only loss they've ever had at Maryland, as Maryland's 2 of 3 wins against Penn State all time came on the road, live right here in Happy Valley Beaver Stadium, in 14-20 after they joined the Big Ten. The other win for Maryland against Penn State was back in 1961, and that was at home for the Terps. Okay? And it was on this very date. Somebody's birthday, so happy birthday. But November the 4th, 1961. That was 9 years prior. Anyways, yeah. Penn State doesn't allow history to repeat itself. And they win on November the 4th for the first time since 1981. Okay? They've lost, I believe, 4 straight on this date since. In 95, 2000, 2006, and 2017, if I'm not mistaken. As Penn State will cover, of course, they're 8.5-point favorite. As the Lions started out about 2 touchdowns, but it dropped through the week for whatever reason. But it probably should have went up because, Penn State wins 51-15. So do the math. And then, of course, I mean, shit, they covered the over-under by themselves. So it was 49.5. So, yeah, they covered. The over hit for sure. A unique score, for one. I don't know if that would be a Penn State scoregami, if you will. Maybe that's something I'll have to dive into. And, like, okay, has this score ever happened before for Penn State? Because, yeah, 51-15, like I said, you could look at it either way, and flip it. Especially if you're dyslexic and think this or that. So, yeah, 51-15 is your final score. Penn State, like I said, 43-3-1 now against the Terps all time. And like I said earlier, consistency is key. They were consistent from the start. They allowed Maryland to come out of their shells, but as soon as the game fucking started, Maryland went back into their shell, and they never came back out. Came out for 2 touchdowns, 2 touchdown drives that I might add. The refs threw a ton of penalties against Penn State on defensively. So if there's no penalties, there's no touchdowns, Maryland potentially gets shut out, let alone scores less than the 15 points that they did. 51-15, once again, your final score. Penn State had 4 passing touchdowns, 2 to Dante Cephas, the other 2 to the tight ends, and Theo Johnson and Tyler Warren. So 12 touchdowns now to the tight ends this season, which leads the country. They had 4 turnovers defensively. They are now plus 16 in the turnover margin on the year, which leads the country as well, I might add. They scored 30 plus again, so they're starting a new streak with scoring 30 plus points now in back-to-back games, with 33 last week and 51 today. They're still averaging 40 plus a game, for God's sakes. As Maryland's offense, coming in, they're averaging double of what they ended up scoring today, and giving up about, what Penn State scored in the first half. But then we still have another half to be played. I mean, Penn State led 21-7 at halftime, and then the final score is, 51-15. So it was all Penn State. The 21 points scored in the first half, the 30 scored in the second half. The closest Maryland cut it was 14-7, and then 31-15. As Penn State had a 7-0 lead and 14-0 lead. It was 14-7. It was 21-7 at halftime, 24-7 early third quarter. And then Penn State scored again, 31-7, but then Maryland scored again. Went for 2, got it, 31-15. And then Penn State scores another 20 on top of that, with a 38, a 41, a 44, and a 51-15 final score. So they were consistent for sure. Yeah, basic, fundamentally sound. They were clicking on all cylinders. They still got a lot to clean up, though, no doubt about it. Starting with the penalties, which we'll get to those stats in a minute. But they did stop Tulia Tagovailoa, sacking him as many times as they did, let alone the 4 turnovers on defense, I might add, as well. Yeah, plus 16 in the turnover margin now, with 4 of them today, and then 12-0 when forcing multiple turnovers dating back to the start of last season, in which technically they've won now 19 of 22 games. Yeah, that sounds about right. With 2 of those 3 losses to Ohio State last year and this year. The other to Michigan, who was about to kick off at home against Purdue in the Big House. But then Michigan comes to Happy Valley next Saturday at noon to take on Penn State. And I'll have live watch-along reactions live here on YouTube then, so be sure to tune back in. As should be a dogfight, as it normally is with the 2 of them. As mentioned, going to the Ohio State game for Penn State, I'll say the same thing going to the Michigan game now. Are they going to, 1, be able to run the football? 0-2 stop the run. And with all the sign stealing shit, you know, who knows what stays the same, how much changes. Michigan's still a damn good team. Regardless if they know your signs or not. They're still good. Okay. They're the third ranked team in the country for a reason, and they're undefeated. For now. They're 8-0. Penn State's 8-1. We'll see if Michigan's 9-0 or 8-1 going on next week as well. Big noon kickoff will be in town for Fox. It will be a big noon kick at noon on Fox with Gus Johnson, Joel Klatt, and Jenny Taft. I'll, of course, have live watch long reactions over YouTube then. We'll see if ESPN College Game Day rolls in as well. It really just depends on, like I said earlier, the other games for next week, but then depending on what happens, this week, leading into next week. But, can Penn State run the football? Can they stop the run? They threw it, a lot today. Probably a little bit more than, we're used to seeing, but they were still able to execute for the most part. I would have liked to have seen them, no doubt about it, run the ball more than they did, but, they still won by fucking, 35 points. 51-15 is your final score again here today against Maryland. So 1M down, another next week. Of course, play at Michigan State, neutral site on Black Friday night in Motown, Detroit, Michigan at Ford Field, home of the Detroit Lions. But can they just be balanced next week? Can they keep it simple? Can they maintain the consistency that they, had today? Because it's been inconsistent at times, yes, but can they be balanced? Can they keep it simple? Can they be consistent? Can they take what the defense gives them? Can special teams be a factor next week? For all we know, can the defense get off the field? Can they, capitalize off turnovers potentially if the defense, gets the offense, and add into the, turnover margin and make sure it's plus more than the 16 it is now, rather than, and don't be doing anything stupid. Don't be turning it over yourself. Can they do this or that? It's going to be a game of inches. It's going to be one up front next week. But are they going to be the saw, or are they going to run into a buzzsaw? It's going to probably come down to the wire. Look last week or 2 weeks ago, excuse me. There was one play in that game, and especially a one-score outcome that decided the game. So what's the one play next week that's going to happen that we're going to be talking about, win or loss for Penn State against Michigan, and why the game ended the way it did? Only time's going to tell. And they got a week to prepare. Well, less than that now. It's what time this evening? Well, after 7 o'clock, almost a 4-hour game, about 3.5 hours or so from a 3:30 kick. But they'll host Michigan at high noon next week. So we'll see who's quick on the draw and puts their opponent in the dirt. And if that doesn't work, we'll see who's walking the gallows. But, I mean, it's there for the taking, and it's, once again, take care of business. The rest will sort itself out. Can they get some help? We'll see. They might not, but it ain't gonna fucking matter if you get the help or not if you don't take care of business yourself first off, okay? So they gotta take care of business. If they can do that, they'll be fine. If they don't, well then, tough shit. Coulda, woulda, shoulda. But big win for Penn State today. I mean, I can understand why some people will be saying they ran up the score, but Maryland's defense still couldn't fucking stop them. Whether they were running, throwing, with starters, with backups, whatever the situation case may be, they still couldn't fucking stop them. And I thought their 2 touchdown drives, really, their 15 points they got were truly only because of the refs throwing fucking penalties on Penn State's defense. Don't want to blame the refs, but I'm blaming the refs there for sure, because they were iffy penalties, and remember, it was 31-7. They scored, it was 31-15. Okay, does Maryland get a stop? If they do, rather than Penn State, scoring again, who knows how the game would have finished. But then Penn State, they, when came down to nitty gritty, took advantage of what was in front of them, and I mean, they made themselves some turtle soup in a 51-15 win, only allowing a touchdown and a touchdown on 2-point attempt. And remember, the 2-point try, even, there's a penalty on that play too. So I mean, it could be 13, it could be 7, 6, nothing. I mean, the Turtles might as well just fucking go back into the Chesapeake Bay and out to the Atlantic Ocean, for God's sakes, because, I mean, yeah, like I said earlier, this game's either going to be close or it's going to be a blowout. I was thinking it was going to be somewhere in between, but that's just normally how it's been. It's either real close or Penn State's blowing out Maryland, and they did just that again today. 51-15, your final score. Like I said, they covered the over-hit because they hit it themselves at 49.5. But at the end of the day, regardless of that, just find a way to win, because a win's a win at the end of the day. I don't care what it took to get the job done, as long as you get the job done and you came out on top with a win, that's all that matters, because that's all that anybody ever remembers, is whether you won or lost. And Penn State wins again. They're 8-1 for the first time in 4 years. And regardless of what happens, the rest of the way, they're still going to be in a good spot for a damn good bowl game at the end of the season. Okay? But then they might be even in a bigger and better position if they can take care of business when they need to and potentially get some help. So we'll see what happens, because that's why they play the games. I can't state this enough. That is why they play the games. It ain't decided on paper, it's decided on the field. If it was decided on a fucking piece of paper, okay, everybody and their mother, grandmother, great-grandmother, father, grandfather, great-grandfather, aunts, uncles, brothers, and sisters, okay, everybody on earth, whether you're friends with them or not as well, they'd be having their favorite team win every fucking game, okay? And everybody would be champions. Everybody would be getting the fucking participation trophies that kids get nowadays, all right? Like, no. It's sport, team sport. There's winning, there's losing, there's highs, there's lows. You got to fight through the adversity, okay? We'll see next week how Penn State plays and fights up against a team in Michigan, the Wolverines, led by Jim Harbaugh, who have been accused, allegedly, of sign stealing. So, with all that factored into the game as well, we'll see what happens. We will see what happens. There's not really much else to be said. It's going to get played one way or another, whether we like it or not. And somebody's going to come out on top with a W, and somebody's going to come out on the losing side of things, and, of course, not win. So, just should be a damn good game. It's not a night game, it'll be a noon game, because we've gone old school with the bigger, better games early in the day rather than at night, how it used to be, and not necessarily how it should be. 3:30 is really the best time for a college football game, because you got the morning and a little bit after, to do whatever you're going to do, whether you're at home watching, or then if you're at the game, and then, the tailgating aspect comes into play. Noon ain't bad either, because you still got the same, but then a night game, especially for a big game, of course, everybody gets riled up Could be good, also could be bad. It just depends, because then you're there all day, and then you're anxious, and then with everything that's been consumed throughout the entire course of the day, like depending on what happens in the game, I mean, that's what sometimes you just got to let things play out, and then say what you want to say, rather than, okay, nope, what's your opinion right now? You know, we'll see what happens. I expect, just as Penn State had no chance, so said the experts going to the Ohio State game, that's going to be the same fucking story going on the next week. That Penn State will not have a chance up against the Michigan Wolverines. And Michigan's going to be favored probably by at least a touchdown, if not more, and, blah, blah, fucking blah. Like, the coaches are going to be coaching, the players are going to be playing, and we're going to sit and watch it and see what happens. And then we can talk about it afterwards. Good or bad, So I'll leave it at that, for a little bit of a preview for next week. But in the meantime, yeah, Penn State beats Maryland 51-15 today. So, like James Franklin said, they're going to celebrate the win. Of course, everybody get home safe that made the trip. And then, 110,000 inside of Beaver Stadium next week for the, I believe, stripe out, if I'm not mistaken, with Penn State hosting the Wolverines of Michigan. So we'll see what gives. As always, I'm sure something will. But pull up some stats here for you. If it wants to load again. If not, well then I guess I won't say anything. Hopefully this will load. There we go. All right. 51-15. Your final score. Nope, I don't want that. Once again, man, technology, I tell you what. All right, there we go. Okay. Get some team stats as well. In the loss, Maryland probably should have had Kermit the Frog playing quarterback for him, or let alone running back, or wide receiver, or tight end, or offensive lineman, or defensive lineman, or linebacker, or corner, or safety, or kicker, or punter, for God's sakes, because, might have scored more than 15 points. But Tulia Tungalovoa, 29-39. It was damn near perfect. I mean, he was at one point in time. He was like I said, 18 of 18, I think. And then he had his first incompletion. But he finished with 286 yards passing. Maryland passing total as a team had 2 interceptions. He had one of them. The backup quarterback had the other. He had 2 passing touchdowns, though. One to Jones and the other to Hempy. They had no run game, though. None. Maryland, their leading rusher, Billy Edwards, which is their backup quarterback, he had a carry for 4 yards. And total as a team today, Maryland, they had 16 carries. Okay, Tungalovoa was sacked at least 5 times, if not more. Maryland as a team, this stat blows my mind, because just wait till I say the Penn State rushing stat, okay, and talk about the difference. Maryland as a team had 16 carries for negative 49 yards rushing. Negative, not positive, negative. And mainly, yeah, because of the sacks, but they still couldn't fucking run the football either. That's just how good this Penn State defense is. Their leading receiver was Ty Felton, 475. Deitch's 60 yards receiving on 8 catches. Prather, 3 of 58. Smith, 5 of 31. Jones, 4 catches, 25 yards and a touchdown. Howard, 2 of 16. Hempy, 2 of 10. Maryland, 4 turnovers, 2 interceptions, 2 fumbles. Penn State. Now listen to these stats. Perbula in relief as Drew Aller sat the rest of the way as the game turned out the way it turned out. And Penn State's 51-15 win. Got some rest. 1 of 4 passing, 6 yards. But then he had 9 carries, 12 yards rushing, and a touchdown. Drew Aller had 4 carries, 39 yards rushing. But he was also damn near perfect. We talk about Tulia being perfect early, and then he had incompletions, finishing with 10 total incompletions, 29 of 39 for 286, and 2 touchdowns and a pick. Drew Aller was 25 of 34, so only 9 incompletions, had 240 yards passing, and not 1, let alone 2 or 3 passing touchdowns, but 4 passing touchdowns to 3 different receivers, because 2 of them went to Dante Cephas, the other Theo Johnson, and the other Tyler Warren. And then the fat man, Katron Allen, had 14 carries for 91 yards rushing and a touchdown. Aller, as mentioned, 439. Singleton, only 8 carries, 20 yards rushing. Perbula, 9 and 12 was mentioned for a touchdown as well. Keandre Lambert-Smith seems to be okay after an injury scare. 8 catches, 95 yards. Cephas might have stepped up for sure. Yeah, no doubt about it. And wide receiving room today. 6 catches, 53 yards, and 2 touchdowns. Because remember, it's Lambert-Smith, Harrison Wallace at 2, but he's banged up. As he was injured early, came back, got hurt again last week with a shoulder. Hopefully he's okay. But Cephas, 6 of 53 and 2 touchdowns. Because remember, the tight ends truly are their third receiver. Tyler Warren, 4 catches, 51 yards and a touchdown. Theo Johnson, 4 catches, 19 yards and a touchdown. Dinkins, a catcher, 16 yards. That was crucial, too, because that was on 4th down. Trey Potts had a catch out of the backfield, as did Allen and Singleton as well, but the screen game really wasn't there today. They still have depth at wide receiver, once again. They just need somebody to step up. It's Keandre Lambert-Smith, it's Harrison Wallace, but he's injured. And then it's the tight ends, truly, as your, third receiver. Really third, fourth, and fifth receiver, but we'll put them all together as one, as the third receiver. And then from there on down, they have Dante Cephas, they have Malik McClain, they have Omari Evans, they have Liam Clifford. Am I forgetting anybody? I believe so. I don't know, though, but hopefully not. I think I am, though. Caden Saunders, yes, there you go, voila. So, and the thing is, as mentioned earlier, they've played them all. They have. Whether it's been, considerable quality reps or not, they've played them all. They still need somebody to step up. So who's going to step up at wide receiver? That's just been the story of the season for this Penn State offense. Who's stepping up at wide receiver with as good as the running backs are, with Fat Man being 1 this year compared to Singleton, who's at 2. Last year it was vice versa. But they're still a good 1-2 punch. Drew Aller's at quarterback, taking over for Sean Clifford. And then, Lambert-Smith's at receiver. Harrison Wallace at 2, but he's banged up with an injury. And then it's a tight end, and then it's everybody else at wide receiver. They still need somebody to step up. So we'll see who does, if anybody does at all for that matter. Abdul Carter had 6 total tackles. The defense just played stout all day. They had 6 total sacks. Yeah, I said at least 5. 6 of them on Tulia Tagovailoa. 1 to Abdul Carter. 1 to Adisa Isaac. 1 to Johnny Dixon. 1 to Keon Wiley. 1 to Hakeem Beeman. And then they split the other one. Technically, it went down as a tackle for a loss, but also a sack. As Winston had a tackle for loss. Curtis Jacobs as well. as did Wiley again, and then Tyler Elsdon. Dom DeLuca had an interception. Who had the other INT? Tony Rojas, thank you. So both linebackers had INTs, and then 2 fumble recoveries. And then, the other sack would have been split up between, it looks like, Devon Ellies, Daquan Hardy, Jalen Reed, and Curtis Jacobs, if I'm not mistaken. Falcons good on 3 field goals. I might add 2, with a long of 39. And they only punted twice. So, I mean, shit, Alex Falcons had 15 points by himself. Maryland scored 15 points as a team today. I mean, there's your fucking stat. Along with Maryland having no run game. None. I get with the sacks, but they finished with negative 49 yards rushing. Whereas Penn State as a team, and Penn State also controlled the clock in the second half. Remember at halftime me saying about a 30-second differential, Maryland was up 15 to 14:45 then, give or take a couple seconds. The time of possession finished Penn State in an advantage of 37 minutes and 14 seconds of clock compared to Maryland's 22:46. As they turned the ball over 4 times, they had 4 penalties, which, okay, but Penn State had 7 of 74. They got to clean that up. Penn State had 25 first downs compared to Maryland's 15. So Maryland had as many points as they had first downs at 15. And Penn State's kicker, Alex Falcons, had 15 total points by himself with 3 field goals, and then he was good on as many extra points as he was good on. As Maryland was 4-12 on third down, Penn State 7 of 15. Penn State was also 3 of 3 on fourth down. When was the last time they were 3 of 3 on fourth down? And of course, I mean, as Maryland did have more passing yards, 283 to 246, Penn State ended with more total yards with 404, a big error for Maryland, compared to their 234 total, because Penn State had 158 yards rushing, where Maryland had negative 49. Negative 49 yards rushing. Penn State's now 8 straight games with holding the opponent to under 100 yards rushing. And they also said a few other stats that I didn't know about during the broadcast today that I'm going to have to go back and listen to myself and see if I can find them and pull them out and add those into the mix. But what a game, what a win. I mean, Penn State scored 3 points less than the thousands, if you want to put it in the thousands, as many seats as there are in fucking Maryland's stadium. The old Bird Stadium, now Capital One Bank, or the SECU stadium it is now. As I guess the final line ended not 8.5 but 7.5, so even dropped some more, and Penn State still wins by 5 times that. And they still hit the over-under by themselves. So, I mean, just another Penn State ass-kicking against the Maryland Terrapins. Cracking the shell and sending them back into hiding. And, hey, it's Franklin coming over to play. I mean, yeah, Penn State blue and white with a blowout against the Terps. 51-15 is your final score. So I'll leave it at that. There's not really much else to be said. So thanks for tuning in and watching. Always greatly appreciated. As always, I'm your host, Encyclopedia Sports, Cool and Luke 96. But hope to see everybody now next weekend for more college football, NFL, professional wrestling, live watch-along reactions, live right here on YouTube. Beginning with Penn State hosting Michigan next Saturday at noon. So be sure to tune back in, and hopefully everybody has a good week next week before the blue and white take on the winged helmets and the sign-stealing 2023 Michigan Wolverines. That supposedly, and my dad has been going on, just not this year, but for the past few years, and we'll dive more into that then. But yeah, in the meantime, hey, a win's a win. And of course, you celebrate it, but you got to get ready, for your next opponent. It's the want to know mentality. And with injuries, it's still next minute mentality as well. So they're going to be in for a dogfight. They're, like I said a little bit ago, they're going to have to, pull their ass off, and I mean, for the most part, play as they played today, consistently and clicking on all cylinders. Not necessarily damn near perfect, but pretty damn close to that, if you can get, that close. And they got to clean up penalties. That's their big thing, because from the undefeated start, and then they lost, and now they won 2 straight. One thing, as they have turned the ball over a little bit, but then they're still create turnovers on defense, so they're still plus 16 in the turnover margin. The one thing from the start they had and where they're at now, they started causing penalties, and that's still happening. They really need to clean up penalties if they want to win next week, along with a few other things, no doubt about it. So we'll see what happens. That's why the game's getting played. It's out on paper, it's out on the field once more. So I'll leave it at that. But yeah, we'll see what happens in the meantime. But today, Penn State beats Maryland. 51-15 is your final score. So once again, thanks for tuning in and watching. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below.